Chapter 457. The spirit land that had changed owners for 3 days was reclaimed. Lu Yi and Shin Xiao Mao were recuperating. The previous battle had made Shin Xiao Mao's already serious injuries even worse. After this battle, she didn't know how long it would take for her to recover. Lu Ye's situation was better. He only suffered from the aftereffects of using his saber technique and recovered in 2 days. He rearranged the various spirit arrays that had been destroyed and closed before. After the incident with Wan Qingzhu, neither of them had the idea of recruiting new members for the time being. Shen Xiao Mao healed while Lu Yi cultivated in peace. However, after the experience of using the spirit lot to improve his cultivation, Lu Yi always felt that his current cultivation speed was a bit slow. There was a saying, "I can endure the darkness until I see the light." It was the most appropriate to describe Lu Ye's mood at the moment. He wasn't unaware of the taboo of cultivation, but he couldn't help but recall the feeling of using the spirit lot to quickly improve his cultivation. Shen Xiao Mao's injuries gradually improved and she could go out. After the previous incident, Shen Xiao Mao's impression of Lu Yi had undoubtedly changed a lot. She thought that Yi Lu was just a newly promoted first-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, but she didn't expect that he had quietly broken through to the second order and had the ability to kill enemies above his realm. Several fourth or fifth order Cloud River Realm cultivators were killed by him. Shen Xiao Mao understood that with such a powerful background, Yi Lu was definitely not an unknown person when he was in the spirit stream realm. What she didn't understand in particular was that Yi Lu didn't suffer any backlash after killing Wan Qingzhu, even though he had clearly signed the Heaven's secret contract. During the past few days of recuperation, she had been recalling the various terms she had listed, but she couldn't find any loopholes in them. She thought to herself that Yi Lu might have some special means to avoid being monitored by the Heaven's secret contract. She wasn't too worried that he would use this method to deal with her. If Yi Lu really wanted to deal with her, he wouldn't have saved her before. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Shen Xiao Mao felt that Yi Lu was still a trustworthy person. 5 days later, Shen Xiao Mao personally cooked some good dishes to entertain Lu Yi. It was to celebrate the two of them regaining the spirit land and to thank Lu Yi for avenging her. At the dining table, Shin Kitten raised her glass frequently. She drank until her little face was red. She seemed to be in a good mood. Not only did she drink, but she also toasted to Lu Yi. Lu Yi drank until he had a big headache. In the end, he simply ignored this woman and focused on eating. "Yi Lu, let me ask you something." Shin Kitten's eyes were blurred. "Speak. Why didn't you tell me when you came to attack the spiritual land? Are you afraid that I'll be in danger?" Lu Yi raised her eyes to look at her. She really wanted to ask, "Don't you know what the situation was at that time?" But before he could say anything, Shin Little Cat had already planted her head on the table. For a fifth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator to be able to get him drunk was truly a miracle. After a short while, Lu Yi was full of wine and food. He stood up and walked to Shen Xiaomao's side to push her. The woman just waved her hand casually and mumbled something in her mouth. After that, there was no movement. Lu Yi frowned and put his hand on Shin Kitten's waist. He grabbed her forcefully and lifted her up. He carried her back to his room like a bag and threw her on the bed. Then he left and closed the door. In the dark room, Shen Xiaomao suddenly opened her eyes. Her drunken eyes flashed with a trace of clarity. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she whispered softly, "He's reliable." Although it had been a few days, she still couldn't forget the scene when she woke up in the cave a few days ago. All the wounds on her body were carefully bandaged, including some places that were difficult to talk about. Although she kept convincing herself these days that he was saving her life, she was still a woman after all. She would always care about such things. She didn't know what happened when she was unconscious. Today, he deliberately got her drunk just to test her. The result proved that although Yi Lu's temperament was a little dull, he was still a reliable person. From this, it could be seen that he didn't do anything unnecessary when he bandaged her wounds. Her mood was even better. In Lu Ye's room, Yi came out of Hu Po's body and sat in front of Lu Yi. Stare. What? Lu Yi was puzzled. That woman did it on purpose. Yi's cheeks puffed up. What on purpose? She deliberately got herself drunk, and she wasn't completely drunk. How did you know? Lu Yi was surprised. Anyway, it's like that. Yi clenched her small fists and her face turned red. She forced out a sentence. She was seducing you. Lu Yi was surprised. Really? Yes. Yi nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice. Lu Yi, I'm telling you, don't drink alone with a woman in the future. There are many bad women out there. In short, you have to be careful. After saying that, she gritted her teeth. Damn it, if I had known, I would have let her die in that cave. Why did I save her? Yes, I know. Be careful next time. Lu Yi nodded seriously. In her heart, she was annoyed. If she had known, she would have pushed the boat with the current. Shen Xiaomao had a big chest. The next day, Lu Yi was cultivating and reading in her room when she suddenly heard Shen Xiaomao's exclamation from outside. Who is it? It was followed by the sound of a big fight. When Lu Yi pushed open the door and walked out, she saw Shen Xiaomao and Yi facing each other from a distance. Both women looked vigilant. Lu Yi was stunned. Yi didn't want to show herself in front of others. Usually, she would only show herself in front of people she was familiar with or when she was alone with herself. Because Yi always felt that she was Lu Ye's trump card and would not be easily exposed. But this time, she actually took the initiative to show herself in front of Shen Xiaomao. It seemed that what happened last night made her very vigilant. Yi Lu, she's a magic cultivator. Shen Xiaomao hurriedly reminded Lu Yi, but she didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, from the situation of the fight, Yi's strength was not as good as hers. But what made Shen Xiaomao puzzled was how this little girl sneaked into the spiritual land without anyone noticing. In the past few days, because she had not recovered from her injuries, Lu Yi was in charge of controlling the array jade pendant and was responsible for guarding. The array itself was set up by Lu Yi, so there was no reason for someone to sneak in without noticing. This is my sister, Yi. Lu Yi stood at the door and introduced. She changed her name and surname, so did Yi. Shen Xiaomao wondered if she had heard wrongly. She looked at Yi and then at Lu Yi. When he nodded in confirmation, she put away her hostility and smiled awkwardly. So, it's your sister. I thought someone had sneaked into the spiritual land. She turned to look at Yi. Sister Yi? Sister has been rude. Humph. Yi turned her head arrogantly and walked into Lu Ye's house. Shen Xiaomao. She suddenly realized that Yi Lu's sister didn't seem to be very easy to get along with. What made Shen Xiaomao even more puzzled was how Yi Lu's sister found this place. According to the agreement on the Tianji contract, neither party was allowed to reveal the existence of the spiritual land to others in private. This little girl named Yi shouldn't have come here. Did Yi Lu really have some special means to avoid the surveillance of the Tianji? But what kind of magical means was this? Shin Kitten realized that her intuition was right. Sixth Ye's younger sister was indeed difficult to get along with. She could clearly feel that the little girl had a lot of hostility towards her. Occasionally, when they met, the little girl would ignore her when she talked to her. What Shin Kitten was concerned about was that the little girl was actually living in the same room as Yi Lu. She understood that this was probably not a biological sister. No wonder she was so hostile towards her after realizing the truth of the matter. Shin Kitten also paid attention to it. In the room, Lu Yi said earnestly, Yi, don't be so obvious. We're both living under the same roof, so we'll see each other often. What? I want to keep an eye on you for Sister Hua Ci. Yi said, confidently. What does that have to do with Huazi? Lu Yi was speechless. How is it not related to Sister Hua Ci? You and Sister Hua Ci even have a child, Lu Yi was shocked. Don't talk nonsense. Your sister Hua Ci and I are innocent. You said it yourselves. Sister Hua Ci even called you the father of the child. You didn't even refute it. Yi shook her head at Lu Yi proudly. Lu Yi sighed sadly and looked out the window. Why isn't Giant Armor here yet? She had sent a message to Giant Armor when she entered the Cloudy River battlefield. In the end, it had been almost 20 days and Giant Armor was still nowhere to be seen. If she had known that he wouldn't come over for such a long time, she would have just asked for a Tianji pillar in the spiritual land to let him return to Juzhou. After occupying the spiritual land, one could ask for a Tianji pillar. However, the cost was very high. Lu Yi had inquired before. A Tianji pillar cost 20,000 merit points. Moreover, it was the kind that couldn't be taken away. In other words, if the spiritual land was occupied by someone, the 20,000 merit points would be for the other party to spend. However, if there was a Tianji pillar in the spiritual land, it would be convenient to do some things, such as buying and selling things from the Tianji treasure house. Generally speaking, in the Cloudy River battlefield, only large or medium-sized spiritual lands that could accommodate dozens or more people would ask for a Tianji pillar. It was convenient for cultivators to travel between Juzhou and the Cloudy River battlefield. Moreover, if the 20,000 merit points were shared among dozens of people, each person wouldn't have to bear too much. For the small spiritual lands occupied by Lu Yi and Shinkitten, it wasn't worth it to ask for a Tianji pillar. The cost was too high for two people to share. Moreover, they might face the problem of spiritual power exhaustion. Once the spiritual power was exhausted, the spiritual land would be wasted. Ever since Yi appeared, Shinkitten lived in seclusion. She often couldn't be seen for a day or two, until one day the earth trembled and buzzed incessantly. It was as if thunder was swimming underground. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Lu Yi thought that someone was attacking the spiritual land and quickly jumped out of the house to investigate. However, there was no one outside the formation. The door of the room next to him was also pushed open. Shinkitten's enchanting figure appeared. She asked with a serious expression, "What's wrong?" Lu Yi shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. This abnormality lasted for a long time before it suddenly calmed down. Shinkitten seemed to have sensed something and rushed into the sky. She stood in midair and looked into the distance. Then she became excited and shouted down, "Yi Lu, the opportunity is here!" Chapter 458. The Spirit Stream battlefield, the Cloud River battlefield, and even the entire 9 states had many opportunities. It all depended on whether the cultivators could encounter them. In comparison, the opportunities in the Spirit Stream battlefield were mostly inheritances, while the opportunities in the Cloud River battlefield were mainly to increase a cultivator's strength. The Heavenly Spirit lot was also a kind of opportunity. Almost every day, there would be a Heavenly Spirit lot in every corner of the Cloud River battlefield. This was also the opportunity that cultivators welcomed the most because they did not need to take too much risk to have the opportunity to obtain tangible benefits. However, the Heavenly Spirit lot was not the only kind of opportunity. There were also various mystic realms. The Spirit Stream battlefield also had mystic realms. The Immortal Essence City that Lu Yi had been to before was a mystic realm. There he had obtained a large amount of soul-cleansing water. There were many mystic realms in the Cloud River battlefield. Some mystic realms even opened at a fixed time and location. Every time this happened, a large number of cultivators would gather outside the mystic realms. There were also some mystic realms that required cultivators to use special methods to open. There were also some that appeared randomly in various parts of the Cloud River battlefield. Those who were fated could enter. For example, in front of him, at the end of his field of vision, a pillar of light shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Even from hundreds of miles away, it could be seen clearly. In the sky above the spiritual land Lu Yi and Shin Kitten stood side by side, looking at the pillar of light that pierced through the sky. They knew that the commotion just now was caused by this pillar of light. What is this? Although Lu Yi had bought a lot of information about the Cloud River battlefield from the Tianji Business Alliance, he had not been in the Cloud River battlefield for long. Naturally, he was not as knowledgeable as Shin Kitten. It should be a kind of mystic realm. I'm not sure what kind it is exactly. However, no matter what kind it is, there are still benefits. Let's go take a look. But the spiritual land, don't worry about it. There's a concealment array. If ordinary people don't check carefully, they won't be able to find it. Even if we lose it, we can just snatch it back later. As Lu Yi said this, he called out to the people below, and Hoopa hurriedly followed and took out the spirit boat. They turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction of the pillar of light. Shin Kitten could only follow. She was also very interested in the pillar of light over there, but she could not bear to leave the spiritual land behind. For a cultivator like her who mainly relied on absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth, a spiritual land was stable. It was very important to have a stable spiritual land. Even if the spiritual land was not B grade, it could still save her a lot of cultivation time. However, this was not the case for Lu Yi. To him, the spiritual land was extremely precious. It wasn't very useful, but it was the icing on the cake. It didn't matter if he lost it. Last time, if Ruan Qingzhu and the others had not been so despicable, Lu Yi would not go so far as to go back and snatch the spiritual land back. Looking from afar, the beam of light was not close at all. They sped along the way. He realized that it was indeed not close. It was about 300 to 400 miles long. By the time Lu Yi and the others arrived at the scene, the pillar of light had already converged somewhat, leaving behind only a light screen that was over 100 feet tall. The multicolored light was distorted. If one were to observe it carefully, they would be able to see there were also scenes flashing from time to time. From those scenes, steep mountains and precipitous ridges flashed past, and there were also the figures of unknown cultivators flying across the sky. There were also some birds and beasts. Many cultivators had already gathered around. Most of the cultivators were staring at the distorted light screen with great interest. Lu Yi looked around. There were already 200 to 300 cultivators gathered here, and as time passed, more and more cultivators continued to gather. Judging from the spirit energy, fluctuations coming from these cultivators, the strength of the people who came was mixed. There were Cloud River 8th or 9th order cultivators. There were also those who had just broken through to the Cloud River 1st or 2nd order. Suddenly, Lu Ye's gaze fixed on one person. It was a woman in purple with an indifferent expression. As if sensing something, the woman in purple followed his gaze. Their eyes met, and the woman nodded slightly at Lu Yi before withdrawing her gaze. Lu Yi also shifted his gaze away without a trace. He didn't expect that. To meet this woman again so soon. Be careful, this is a large sealed world. Just as Lu Yi was looking around, Shin Xiao Mao suddenly came over and exhaled. What do you mean? I've been to this type of sealed world before. The environment inside is very complicated. It's almost a real world, and after entering, everyone will be given a new identity. Who gave it? Heaven's secret. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. Things with Heaven's secret were never simple. Lu Yi couldn't help but be interested in this sealed world. If his previous speculations were correct, then he, who had been blessed by Heaven's secret, would receive some special treatment under the influence of Heaven's secret. What can you do inside? Do something that suits your new identity? The last time I entered a sealed world, my identity was a spy from a sect who infiltrated an enemy sect. I was looking for an opportunity to steal that sect's guarding treasure. Wasn't that very exciting? Don't mention it. I almost died inside, but in the end I still succeeded. What were the benefits? That sect rewarded me with a lot of cultivation resources, including a few spirit sticks. Lu Ye's interest was even stronger. Looking at the entire Cloud River battlefield, if there was one thing he was most interested in right now, it would undoubtedly be the spirit sticks that could rapidly increase one's cultivation. I don't know if we'll be together after we enter, but you're just a second-order Cloud River realm cultivator. So no matter what your status is inside, you must be careful. We can still communicate with each other inside. So if we're separated and you have any questions, just send me a message. Got it? Time passed, and gradually, more and more cultivators gathered. In less than half a day, there were more than a few hundred cultivators gathered in a 10-kilometer radius. One had to know that this was the Cloud River battlefield, not the Spirit Stream battlefield. In comparison, the Cloud River battlefield was much larger, and the cultivators were more scattered. More than 600 Cloud River cultivators had gathered in such a short time. It was obvious how attractive this sealed world was to cultivators. Although there were many people, no fighting broke out. The cultivators who arrived here were all eyeing the sealed world, and no one wanted to cause trouble. At this time, the 100-meter tall light curtain began to distort into an oval-shaped light gate. The chaotic fluctuations gradually calmed down. Through the light gate, one could vaguely see the beautiful scenery on the other side, as if there was really another world on the other side. "We can enter," someone suddenly shouted. In the next moment, cultivators in twos and threes rushed into the light gate. The number of cultivators outside gradually decreased. Lu Yi, Yi, and Shen Xiaomao also waited for a moment before entering the light gate together. At the same time, a large amount of inexplicable information uncontrollably flowed into Lu Ye's mind. This feeling was very similar to when he was investigating the spirit patterns on the leaves of the talent tree. His thoughts suddenly became muddled. Lu Yi tried hard to maintain his consciousness and organize the information in his mind. The myriad beast realm was a world where cultivators and monster beasts coexisted. Because of the uniqueness of this world, a large number of monster beasts lived here. The beast taming school, which was not commonly seen in the 9 continents, shown here. Most cultivators were proficient in the beast taming art. They grew up with monster beasts from a young age, and then had their own monster beasts. Due to the restrictions of this world, the highest cultivation level of cultivators here was only the Cloud River realm. No cultivator had ever broken through the shackles of the Cloud River realm to reach the true lake realm. Originally, this was a peaceful world. Although there were many beast-taming sects and conflicts, they did not affect the stability of the entire world. However, things began to change a year ago. An inexplicable disease began to spread in the myriad beast realm. This disease did not affect cultivators, but only monster beasts. However, monster beasts that went crazy became extremely bloodthirsty and difficult to control. The realm of beasts, which was dominated by the beast taming school, suffered a heavy blow. Not only were the cultivators who used the beast taming school as their main means of cultivation greatly weakened, some Yao beasts even turned on their masters, biting and killing their masters who had grown up together with them. For a time, the cultivators of the myriad beast realm were in a state of panic. In just a year, the entire cultivation world was turned upside down. Almost all the sects that used the beast tamer school as their main force were destroyed. The peaceful world had undergone a great change. Now, in the realm of beasts, only a dozen sects that didn't use the beast tamer school as their main force were still struggling at death's door. They formed an alliance of cultivators to fight against the demonic beasts that had gone crazy. If even the cultivator alliance formed by a dozen sects couldn't stop the crazed beasts, then the entire cultivation world of the realm of beasts would be destroyed. When that time comes, the realm of beasts will become the world of the beasts, and the human race will no longer have a place to live. Now, the remaining cultivators of the dozen, or so sects, gathered in a city called Two World City. Aside from cultivators, there were also many mortals living in the city. They were the only humans left in the myriad beast realm. At the same time, the monster beasts also set their sights on the last stronghold of the human race. After sorting out the chaotic information in his mind, Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He heard the sound of something breaking through the air, and the scenery around him quickly retreated. Lu Yi found himself in a flying spiritual tool. This was a medium-sized flying spiritual tool that could accommodate 3 to 5 people. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. It was the fragrance of a woman. Before Lu Yi could completely recover, he heard a familiar voice calling him, "Yi Lu!" Following the voice, Shen Kitten's pretty face appeared in front of him. This woman was with him, and they were not separated. Not only was Shen Kitten with him, but there were also 2 other women. One of them was actually Lan Zi. Lu Yi did not know the last one, and he did not know who she was. 3 pairs of eyes stared at him. Lu Yi rubbed his temples, and he felt a headache coming on. This was the first time he had entered this kind of secret realm. According to the clues and information he had sorted out before, just as Shen Kitten said before, he was now given a new identity by Tinji. The young master of the Myriad Beast sect. Heaven's secret had indeed given him preferential treatment. The identity of young master was undoubtedly something that ordinary people could not obtain. Shen, Xiaotong, Lan Zi, and even the girl that Lu Yi did not know were all his maids in this secret realm. Chapter 459. On the spirit boat, Lu Yi looked at the 3 women in front of him, and a surreal feeling rose in his heart. He knew that he was Lu Yi of the Jade Blood sect, but the identity given to him here constantly reminded him that he was the young master of the Thousand Beast sect. The Thousand Beast sect was the most powerful sect in the entire realm of beasts. Before the disease that made the beasts go crazy spread, the Thousand Beast sect was the true overlord of the world, and all the forces in the realm of beasts had to look up to them. However, after the disease spread, every sect that used the Beast Tamer School as its main force suffered heavy losses and then fell apart. The Thousand Beast sect was no exception. Although they held on until the end because of their strong foundation, they could not avoid the fate of being destroyed. 3 days ago, the Thousand Beast sect fell under the attack of countless beasts. Almost 80% of the sect's disciples died in battle, and the survivors scattered, preparing to take refuge in Two World City. Lu Yi and the other 3 were among them. At this moment, the 4 of them were on their way to Two World City, and there was still more than half a day's journey to Two World City. As the young master of a sect that dominated an entire world, Lu Ye's current status was undoubtedly very honorable. However, this sect had been destroyed 3 days ago, leaving Lu Yi somewhat speechless. Now his honorable status had undoubtedly been greatly reduced. However, when he thought about Shen Xiaomao and Lan Zi's identities, Lu Yi felt a lot better. Yi was not here, and neither was Hu Pa. Lu Yi hurriedly used the battlefield imprint to send a message to Yi, asking about their current situation. A moment later, he received a reply from Yi. Hu Pa was currently in a city, but he was in a state of imprisonment, and there were many other beasts imprisoned with him. Yi was not clear about the situation, so she did not dare to act rashly, because the cage that imprisoned them was very strong, and Hoopa could not break it with his strength. In the city, the only safe city in the entire realm of beasts was Two World City, so Yi and the others were most likely in Two World City. Lu Yi sent a message to Yi not to act rashly and to wait until he arrived, and Yi naturally agreed. "Be careful!" A low cry came. It was the woman whom Lu Yi did not know who was warning him. As soon as she finished speaking, violent collisions came from the side. Lu Yi hurriedly turned his head to look. There were more than 10 huge figures around the spirit artifact they were in. They were all demonic beasts of different shapes and sizes. Every demonic beast's eyes had a sickly scarlet color. This was a sign that the demonic beast was ill. At this moment, there were a few demonic beasts that were crazily attacking their spirit tools. In the blink of an eye, the air transportation spiritual artifact shattered. Lu Yi and the other 3 hurriedly summoned their spirit tools and soared into the air. A loud explosion was heard. The air transportation spiritual artifact exploded. He was on his spirit boat. The weapon box at Lu Ye's waist buzzed. 9 imperial artifacts rushed out. Turning into a stream of light, he slashed towards the nearest demonic beast. At the same time, Xin Xiao Mao and the other 2 girls also used their own methods. For a time, the light of the imperial equipment and the power of the spells were continuously released. Spiritual energy surged. Although the strength of these demonic beasts was not bad, as a whole, they were not strong enough. It wasn't to the point where Lu Yi and the others were helpless. Following the 4 people's actions, blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the demonic beasts were beheaded, their corpses falling from the sky. After a fierce battle, all the demonic beasts that were chasing after them were killed. The 4 of them turned into 4 streams of light and rushed forward. Among them, the woman that Lu Yi didn't know contributed the most. It was because the cultivation she displayed was the highest, almost at the 8th or 9th order Cloud River realm. In addition, what Lu Yi was concerned about was that Lan Zi's strength was also at the 2nd order Cloud River realm. He could reach the 2nd order Cloud River realm so quickly. It was because he had obtained a lot of spirit sticks during this period of time. Lan Zi must have done the same. It seemed that Boundless Island attached great importance to Lan Zi. Otherwise, how could she have so many spirit sticks to use? Just as he was thinking this, the woman that Lu Yi didn't know suddenly said, "Introduce yourselves. We may have to work together after this." Heaven's Secret had arranged the 4 of them together. Obviously, he wanted them to help each other. If not, this woman would have left long ago. Because from her point of view, Lu Yi and Lan Zi's 2nd order Cloud River realm cultivation was too low. Xin Xiao Mao's 5th order Cloud River realm cultivation was barely enough. But they shouldn't be placed together with her, a 9th order Cloud River realm cultivator. Since Heaven's Secret had arranged it this way, there must be a reason. Yi Lu. Lu Yi reported his name as usual, but did not mention his origin. Shen Xiao Mao. Lan Zi, the 9th order Cloud River realm woman, nodded slightly. Then she said, "Xia Qian Qian." After exchanging names, they knew each other. Throughout the whole process, whether it was Shen Xiao Mao or Lan Zi, Lu Yi didn't show any signs of knowing them beforehand. The same was true for Xin Xiao Mao. From an outsider's point of view, the 4 people present were strangers who had never met before. Then let's talk about our respective tasks. Heaven's Secret has given us new identities, and correspondingly, he has also given us some missions, Xia Qianqian said as she looked at Lu Yi. "Tell me, what is your mission?" Lu Yi thought for a moment and looked down at his right hand. On his right thumb, there was a jade ring. What was certain was that he had never seen it before. Combining all the information that had surged into his mind, Lu Yi understood. He waved his jade ring at the 3 women and said, "Take some of the 1,000 beast sex assets and find the 2 world cities, city lord. Find a place for the survivors of the 1,000 beast sect." This was the mission that he, as the young master, had to carry out at this moment. This jade thumb ring was a very valuable storage item, and at the same time it was proof of Lu Ye's identity. "What about you 3? Lu Yi looked at the 3 women. "Protect you." Xin Xiao Mao was the first to respond. "Protect you." Lan Zi looked at him indifferently. Xia Qian smiled but didn't say anything. Lu Yi knew that her mission was to protect him as well. The former 2nd place of the Spirit Stream list, an ally who had signed a Heaven's Secret contract with him, and a 9th order Cloud River realm cultivator. This combination wasn't too weak. Coupled with Lu Yi himself, this lineup was enough to deal with most troubles. Heaven's Secret treated him quite well. "Little friend, what kind of good deed have you done to make Heaven's Secret value you so much?" A meaningful look flashed across Xia Qianqian's eyes. I've been in and out of this type of sealed world many times, but I've never met a fellow Taoist who has been given such a high status by Heaven's secret as soon as he enters and has 3 beautiful maidservants to protect him. I'm lucky? Lu Yi raised his brow. Xia Qianqian chuckled and didn't comment. Suddenly, she looked at the jade ring on Lu Ye's hand with great interest. Can you open it and take a look? See if there's anything good inside. Isn't it inappropriate? Lu Yi hesitated. The responsibility that Tianji had given him was to bring this item to Two World City and give it to the city lord. Then he would find a place for the survivors of the 1,000 Beast sect to stay. He could imagine that there would be a lot of good things in this jade ring. It doesn't matter if you take a look, Xia Qianqian urged. Shen Xiaomao and Lan Zi also stared at him. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding. I'll just take a look. Saying so, he poured his spirit qi into the ring, but there was no response. There's a seal. Let me see if I can open it, Lu Yi said as he carefully examined the seal's structure. The result was extremely surprising. The seal structure was complex beyond his imagination. After a moment, he shook his head. No, I can't open it. He could open it by force, but doing so would most likely destroy the storage space inside the jade ring. The 3 women withdrew their gazes in disappointment. Xia Qianqian said dispiritedly, Forget it. Since it's a gift from Heaven's secret, it won't be easy to open. Shen Xiaomao said, Sister Xia, you're the strongest and have been to many sealed worlds like this. What advice do you have? Tell us, and we'll pay more attention in the future. She was obviously asking for Lu Yi and Lan Zi. 2 second-order Cloud River Realm cultivators obviously didn't have much experience in dealing with sealed worlds. Xia Qianqian said, There's no need for advice. The situation in every sealed world is different, so the methods to deal with it are naturally different. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that everything in this sealed world is real, and everything has happened in the past. Lu Yi frowned. What do you mean? Xia Qianqian pursed her lips and smiled. Literally. Lu Yi thought for a moment. What fellow Xia means is that what we're experiencing now has happened in this world before. Exactly. Why do you say so? I can't prove it, but it's true. I used to think it was impossible, but you'll naturally understand after experiencing it many times. Perhaps somewhere in this world, there was a myriad beast realm that suffered a great calamity and was destroyed. Then the so-called Heaven's secret used some mysterious method to refine it into a secret realm and placed it in various parts of the Cloudy River battlefield, allowing us to enter and train ourselves. There are many similar sealed worlds in the Cloud River battlefield, and you'll encounter many more in the future. If that's true, then how could there be monster beasts left after the realm of beasts was destroyed? The ones we just killed, how can you be sure that the monster beasts you killed were real? Maybe they were created by Heaven's secret to deceive you? Lu Yi was a little confused by her words. Just as she was about to ask again, Xia Qianqian said, Okay, I'm not going to ask you anything. I just want to tell you that Heaven's secret is unfathomable. If you die here, you're really dead. Maybe one day when we reach the Spirit Sea realm, we'll gradually understand the truth of this world. But for now, we just have to do what Heaven's secret wants us to do. As the saying goes, follow Heaven's secret and good fortune will follow. Lu Ye's heart shook. The truth of the world. He'd heard this once before, when the suppressed true dragon in the dragon spring told him. The true dragon told him to find him after he knew the truth of the world. If what he saw was not the truth of the world, then what was the truth? Chapter 460. Along the way, they encountered a few more waves of monster beasts, but they were easily dealt with by the 4 of them. Lu Yi and Lan Zi's performance was remarkable, which surprised Xia Qianqian. It was rare for a second-order Cloud River realm cultivator to display such strength. At the very least, She was much weaker than Lu Yi and Lan Zi when she was in the same realm. She understood that these two people were definitely not nobodies when they were in the spirit stream realm. They were most likely masters who ranked very high on the spirit stream list. Half a day later, Two World City came into sight. It was a city so huge that one could not see the end of it. The city walls around it were towering and towering. They were more than 200 feet tall, and there was a faint glow on the walls. At first glance, one could tell that various spells had been cast to strengthen the walls and make them more resilient and able to withstand more violent impacts. This was the last and largest stronghold of the human race in the realm of beasts. Now, more than half of the surviving humans in the realm of beasts were gathered here. The survivors who did not gather here were also rushing to this big city. If this city fell, there would be no place for the human race in the realm of beasts. At that time, the human race would be wiped out. When the four of them arrived, a person on the city wall immediately rose into the air and looked from afar. He shouted, "Who are you?" That person wore a set of shiny armor with a long saber at his waist. He looked dignified, and there were some bloodstains on his armor. It seemed that he had just gone through a great battle not long ago. The boiling, killing intent on his body had not completely calmed down. Many monster beast corpses were piled up below the city wall. Cultivators were casting spells to burn them. The pungent smell could be smelled from a few miles away. Lu Yi replied loudly, "I'm Yi Lu from the Thousand Beast Sect. I'm here on orders." Thousand Beast Sect. The person's expression turned serious as he looked at Lu Yi. "Who is Yi Wushuang to you?" "Yi Wushuang, Thousand Beast Sect Master." A piece of information appeared in Lu Ye's mind. He braced himself and replied, "He's my father." So it's the young sect master of the Thousand Beast Sect. The person cupped his fists and bowed. After all, it was the largest and most powerful sect in the realm of beasts. Even if it was destroyed, its reputation was still there. "How is your sect now?" the person asked again. Lu Yi put on a sorrowful expression and slowly shook his head. Nothing needed to be said. "My condolences, young sect master." That person sighed. Without asking any further, he extended his hand and gestured. "Young sect master, please enter the city." "Thank you." Lu Yi led Shin Kitten and the others into the city. There were quite a number of cultivators flying about in midair within the city. As far as the eye could see, Two World City was practically packed with people. There was a sea of people everywhere, and there was nowhere to stay. The mortals who had been stranded here rested on both sides of the street. One by one, they left their homes. His hair and face were disheveled. In the face of such a great calamity, cultivators more or less had the ability to fight back. But when mortals encountered such a thing, they were basically at the mercy of others. These mortals who could escape to Two Realm City to seek refuge. They were undoubtedly the luckier ones. Most of them were those who didn't have the chance to escape. It could be said that the realm of beasts was filled with corpses. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was bleeding profusely, although he knew that this was just a mystic realm. However, when he truly integrated into this big environment, he could still feel the helplessness of being weak. The entire world was heading towards its end. "What should we do now?" Shin Kitten asked. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "Let's exchange our imprints. Then we'll split up. Fellow Taoist Xia will accompany me to the city, Lord's mansion. Fellow Taoist Shen and fellow Taoist Lan can go and inquire about any information." The few of them had no objections. They immediately exchanged their respective battlefield imprints. They split up. Lu Yi led Xia Qianchan in the direction of the city, Lord's mansion. Xia Qianchan said, "It seems that you felt it." "What do you mean, fellow Taoist Xia? You, the young master of the 10,000 Beast Sect, isn't very valued. Otherwise, why would you ask me to accompany you to the city, Lord's mansion? So fellow Taoist Xia has also felt it. If you're really valued, then At this moment, there should be someone from Two Realm City who's on stage to entertain you. After all, you were once the young master of the strongest sect in this world. However, the people of Two Realm City just let you in and didn't care about you. Two Realm City's attitude is already very obvious. It's normal. The tea cools down when people leave. The 10,000 Beast sect is gone. What weight do I have as the young sect master? And if I'm not wrong, the relationship between Two Realm City and the 10,000 Beast sect isn't very harmonious. Oh, what do you mean? If these two sects were harmonious enough, the people of the 10,000 Beast sect would have come to Two Realm City long ago. Why would the sect be destroyed by the beasts? In this world, the beast-taming sect shines brightly, but it doesn't mean that the other sects are useless. The 10,000 Beast sect is the strongest representative of the beast-taming sect. Two Realm City should be the strongest representative of the other sections. That's why after the beasts went crazy, Two Realm City became the last place where cultivators gathered. Xia Qianshan was deep in thought. She nodded slightly. What you said makes sense. I didn't think of this before. It seems that you're not only lucky, but you're also smart enough. No wonder you were chosen by Tianji to have such a high status. Lu Yi really wanted to say that he was just lucky. After Tianji blessed him, his luck had always been very good. So we might have to rely on senior sister Xia later. We didn't just come to Two Realm City to seek refuge. At the same time, we're also contributing our strength to the continuation of the human race. Xia Qianshan smiled and said, "Hearing you say that, my shoulders suddenly feel heavy." As they spoke, the two flew to the central hall of Two Realm City. Before they arrived, someone shouted from below, "Flying above the city lord's mansion is prohibited." Flying was prohibited in the city, but there was one thing to note. They couldn't fly above the city lord's mansion. This was related to the face of Two Realm City. After all, the city lord was in the city lord's mansion. Lu Yi and Xia Qianshan landed in front of the grand hall, where they saw many panic-stricken cultivators, all of them waiting anxiously. "What are you doing here?" The cultivator who shouted at the two just now came forward and asked impatiently. Lu Yi cupped his fists. 10,000 Beast Sexy Lu is here to greet the city lord. Please inform him. Greet the city lord? The man's face turned cold. Everyone here is here to see the city lord. Line up and wait. It was as if he didn't hear the words 10,000 Beast Sect. The man was about to leave after saying that, but Xia Qianshan suddenly pushed her spirit energy. The man's face turned cold. He looked Xia Qianshan up and down and said uncertainly, "Cloud River Ninth Order?" Compared to the 9 states, the realm of beasts wasn't big. At most, it was the size of the Spirit Stream battlefield. Due to the size of the world, the highest cultivation in the realm of beasts was the Cloud River Ninth Order. Whether it was the city lord of Two Realm City or the sect master of 10,000 Beast Sect, they were all at this cultivation level. In the 9 states, it wasn't too difficult for a Cloud River realm cultivator to reach the Ninth Order as long as they had enough cultivation resources. However, this wasn't the case in the realm of beasts. After a cultivator reached the Cloud River realm, every breakthrough was extremely difficult. Looking at the entire world, there weren't many Cloud River Ninth Order cultivators. Every one of them was a top master. Therefore, when Xia Qianshan revealed her cultivation, she attracted the attention of a group of people nearby. At this critical juncture of the human race, the appearance of a Cloud River Ninth Order cultivator would undoubtedly bring more peace and security to others. Xia Qianshan said indifferently, "Can I trouble you to inform him? Just say that the young master of 10,000 Beast Sect is here to visit the city lord." Only then did the man nod. "Please wait a moment." Saying so, he turned around and ran into the hall. The 1,000 Beast Sect had already been destroyed. He didn't care about the young master of 10,000 Beast Sect. but he couldn't ignore a Cloud River Ninth Order cultivator. Lu Yi secretly gave Xia Qianqian a thumbs up. In his heart, he somewhat understood why Heaven Ji arranged a Cloud River Ninth Order cultivator to be his maid. With a top master like Xia Qianqian by his side, some things would be more convenient. After waiting for a while, the man returned. His expression was much more polite as he cupped his fists to Lu Yi. "Young Master Yi, the city lord invites you in." Lu Yi nodded and led Xia Qianqian into the hall. After a while, they entered side hall and met the city lord of Two Realm City. This was a white-haired old man. He was very old and his aura was somewhat rotten. He sat on a chair and held a cup of tea as he looked at Lu Yi indifferently. Lu Yi led Xia Qianqian forward and stood not far from the old man. He cupped his fists and said, "Yi Lu greets the city lord." The old man nodded slightly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Xia Qianqian, who was standing behind Lu Yi. He reached out and stroked his beard. "How fast. The last time I saw you, you were just a child. In the blink of an eye, you have grown so much. This old master has heard about the Thousand Beast sect. The dead are gone, so you don't have to be too sad. This old master and your father have been friends for so many years. This old master is very pleased that you came to seek refuge with this old master. Since you are here, you can stay here with peace of mind. I will follow the city lord's arrangements." Lu Yi took off the jade ring on his thumb and placed it on the table beside the old man. "Before I came, my father asked me to give this to the city lord." The old man reached out and picked up the jade ring. His dim eyes flashed and he nodded slightly. "Thank you." He raised his hand and called out, "Asi." "Sir." From the shadows, a figure walked out. It was a thin man. This man's exposed skin was covered with colorful lines, looking very strange. "Take them down and settle them down." "Yes." He turned to Lu Yi and said, "Please come with me." As the man called, Si walked out of the city lord's mansion. Si soared into the sky and led Lu Yi and Xia Qianqian to a place outside Two Realm City. A moment later, they appeared outside a courtyard. Si pointed to the gate of the courtyard and said, "The two of you can stay here for the time being." "Thank you." After pointing out the location for Lu Yi, Si soared into the sky again and quickly left. Lu Yi and Xia Qianqian looked at each other and pushed open the gate. A unique, small courtyard immediately appeared in front of them. Chapter 461. The courtyard wasn't big and there weren't many rooms, but it was enough for the four of them. The jade thumb ring that Lu Yi had given out had undoubtedly played an important role in allowing them to have an independent courtyard in this crowded two-world city. If it weren't for the jade thumb ring, the people of Two-World City would have probably settled them down casually. Xia Qianqian was checking the rooms, and Lu Yi took the opportunity to send a message to Shinkitan and Lanzi, informing them of their current location. She also sent a message to Yi, asking about the situation on her side. Yi and Hoopa were still safe, but Hoopa had been locked in a cage and couldn't get out. After waiting for less than half an hour, Shinkitan and Lanzi returned. In the room, the four of them sat down, exchanging all the information they had. Lu Yi said, "Now that we've settled down in Two Realm City, I'm not sure what we're going to do next. However, it's still related to resisting those crazy demonic beasts, so we have to be prepared for battle at all times." Xia Qianqian nodded. Generally speaking, the ultimate goal of this kind of training in the secret realm is to resolve the crisis that this world is facing. So what we have to do is not only to resist the demon beasts, but also to find the cause of those demon beasts' illness and solve the problem from the root, so that we can save this world. Save this world? Shinkitan was stunned. Isn't this a bit too much? As I said before, everything we've experienced has happened before. The realm of beasts should have been destroyed, but the mysteries of heaven are unpredictable, allowing us to experience these things that have happened before, so we have the opportunity to do what the cultivators of the realm of beasts couldn't do before. If we can really save this world, the benefits we'll get will not be small. Of course, even if we succeed, the realm of beasts won't come back to life. But this is the test of the mysteries of heaven, and the task is indeed difficult. But don't forget, there are more than the 4 of us who entered this secret realm. There are others. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Let's talk about the information first. Fellow Shin, did you find out anything? Shin Kitten said, There's not much useful information. I only know that many cultivators of the 9 states have entered Two Realm City, and some of them are refugees like us. There are also some who are given positions in Two Realm City by the mysteries of heaven, working in various positions. Then there are the demon beasts. The cultivators of Two Realm City did not specialize in beast taming. That was why this place could become the final stronghold of the cultivators. However, the beast taming school was mainstream in the realm of beasts. Therefore, there were still some demonic beasts in the city. Now, those demonic beasts were all imprisoned together. The Two Realm Cities side couldn't decide whether to kill all the demonic beasts or not. It's better to stay. Where are the demonic beasts being held? Lu Yi hurriedly asked. If he wasn't mistaken, the place where the demonic beast was being held was where Hoopa was. He had to take advantage of the time before Two World City made a decision. Let's get Amber out first. It's in a beast park in the east of the city. That place used to be the place where most of the demonic beasts were bought and sold. Xia Chan frowned. The danger of the realm of beasts comes from the demonic beasts' insanity. Why does Two Realm City keep these demonic beasts? The beast taming school is the main body. Many of the fleeing cultivators were cultivators of the beast tamer school, and some of their natal demonic beasts had died in battle. Some of them had gone mad and rebelled. If there were no demonic beasts, their strength had been greatly reduced, so keeping these demonic beasts should be of some use. At the very least, they can help those cultivators of the beast tamer school recover their strength. Aren't they afraid that these demonic beasts will also go mad? There are signs when demonic beasts go mad. Xia Chan understood. I see. What about fellow Taoist Lan? Lu Yi turned to look at Lan Zi. Lan Zi didn't say a word. She threw a black identity token on the table in front of her and said, I found the recruitment office and the military supply office of Two Realm City. Go to the recruitment office and get a token like this. You're a member of Two Realm City and have to listen to the orders of Two Realm City. What's the benefit? Shin Xiaotong was curious. This token can be used to send messages and record battle achievements. Battle achievements can be exchanged for all kinds of cultivation resources at the military supply office. Lan Zi paused, including all kinds of quality spirit sticks. The few of them were instantly energized. Although the experience in the secret realm was a kind of training, it was also an opportunity. The various opportunities in the Cloud River battlefield. Most of them were to obtain cultivation resources. Lu Yi was a little puzzled at first. The situation in the realm of beasts was so complicated. What were the benefits of the cultivators fighting to the death? Now she knew. Tianji had already made arrangements. A moment later, 3 figures flew into the sky. It was Lu Yi, Xia Chan, and Shin Xiaodong. Lan Zi stayed behind to look after the house to prevent others from taking over. Following Lan Zi's directions, the 3 of them soon arrived at the recruitment office of Two Realm City. There was already a long queue outside the recruitment office. Clearly, they were all cultivators who wanted to join Two Realm City. Some of them were local cultivators who fled from the realm of beasts. Some of them looked familiar. They were clearly cultivators from the 9 states. The queue disappeared quickly. After all, it was just registration and the issuance of identity tokens. It wasn't a complicated process. Not long after, it was Lu Ye's turn. He reported his name as Yi Lu. After the cultivators of Two Realm City finished registering, he received his identity token. It looked the same as Lan Zi's. It was also a black piece. Lu Yi immersed his mind and checked it. It recorded his name, origin, and battle achievements. What surprised Lu Yi was that the battle achievements recorded were not 0, but more than 30 points. When Shen Xiaodong and Xia Qianqian also received their identity tokens, they found that everyone had some battle achievements. Xia Qianqian had the most, about 70 points. This should be the battle achievements we accumulated on the way here from killing those monsters, Xia Qianqian guessed. This was the only explanation. These battle achievements were recorded by Tianji, so there was no way he would remember wrongly or miss records. On the way here, Xia Qianqian killed the most monsters, so she also had the most battle achievements. Let's go to the military supply office, Lu Yi suggested. They soon arrived at the military supply office next door. As usual, there was a large group of people checking there. Looking at their clothes, they were clearly cultivators from the 9 states. They were all beaming with joy. Clearly, they had a lot of good things. After a short while, the 3 of them received a jade slip. This jade slip recorded the various resources that could be exchanged at the military supply office, as well as the exchange price. Lu Yi looked around and found that there were many different types of resources in this place, and the quantity was also very large. Almost everything that could be used by cultivators at the Cloud River tier could be exchanged here. He couldn't help but be surprised. There were so many good things in this realm of beasts. However, considering the workings of Tianji, it wasn't too strange. It wasn't clear whether there were good things in the realm of beasts, but there was everything in the Tianji treasury. If there were no surprises, the resources exchanged at the military supply office all came from the Tianji treasury. The spirit lot that Lu Yi cared about was on the exchange list. The price was very good. The white lot was 200 battle achievements, the green lot was 600, the blue lot was 1,800, the purple lot was 5,400, and the gold lot was 16,200. Based on this, the value of battle achievements was almost the same as merit points. This was because when Lu Yi participated in the spirit lot auction, he also spent 200 merit points to buy the white lot. This was an opportunity for all cultivators who entered the sealed world of the realm of beasts. In the outside world, even if a cultivator had enough merit points, they couldn't buy a spirit lot at will. They could only participate in the spirit lot auction held by the Tianji Commerce Union. Whether or not they could win a spirit lot depended on luck. But here, as long as you had enough merit points, you could exchange for as many spirit lots as you wanted. Where did merit points come from? All you had to do was kill those crazy monster beasts. Weren't those crazy monster beasts the most common in the realm of beasts now? Sure enough, it was an opportunity. No wonder Cloud River tier cultivators were so keen on entering the sealed world. There was no such good opportunity on the Cloud River battlefield. If Lu Yi could see this, the other cultivators naturally could as well. The cultivators at the military supply office had already begun to group up and prepare to go outside the city to clear out the monster beasts. Currently, there were many crazy monster beasts gathered outside Two Realm City. When Lu Yi rushed over, he saw some monster beast corpses below the city walls. What do you think, fellow Yi? Xia Qianqian looked at Lu Yi excitedly. With her Cloud River 9th Order cultivation, she could act even if she was alone. But Heaven's Secret had also given her the mission of protecting Lu Yi. So it was up to Lu Yi to decide whether to leave the city or not. She could certainly leave Lu Yi behind and act alone. But if something happened to Lu Yi, Heaven's Secret would punish her. That was not something she was willing to risk. You guys go back first. Wait for me for a while. I have some personal matters to attend to, Lu Yi ordered and soared into the sky, flying towards the east of the city. Along the way, he asked a few people. After searching for a while, he finally found the beast park where the monster beasts were kept in Two Realm City. It was a huge building. People outside could hear the constant roars of beasts coming from inside. There were 2 cultivators guarding the entrance of the beast park. When Lu Yi landed, the 2 immediately looked over vigilantly. Lu Yi looked at the 2 of them. then walked towards the young man on the left and cupped his fists. "Greetings, fellow Taoist." The young man raised his eyebrows and lowered his voice. "From the 9 states?" Lu Yi nodded. The young man's expression immediately became more amiable. He was obviously from the 9 states, but his luck was not very good. He was given the task of guarding the beast park. He asked, "What is it, fellow Taoist?" No matter what camp they came from, in this sealed world of the 10,000 beasts, all the cultivators from the 9 states were not enemies. They were the same as the native cultivators of the 10,000 beasts. Their only enemies were the crazy monster beasts. My pet beast was separated from me when we came in. It is imprisoned inside. I want to get it out, Lu Yi told the truth. The young man immediately showed a troubled expression. This is not easy. You know the current situation. The cultivators of the 10,000 beasts are very vigilant against monster beasts. If it were any other time, let alone one, I could get you 10. But now I really can't. Fellow Taoist, please show me the way, Lu Yi said as he took out a bottle of Source Spirit pills and handed it over. Chapter 462. Outside the beast park, the young man took the spirit essence pill and gave Lu Yi a look. Don't be impatient. Lu Yi nodded. The young man walked to another guard and whispered a few words beside him. A moment later, the young man returned and pulled Lu Yi to the side. I've asked clearly. If you want to take the demonic beast out, you must have the city lord's warrant or order. Lu Yi understood. I'll think of a way. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they might not have the opportunity to meet someone like the city lord of Two Realm City. However, Lu Yi had met the city lord before and even gave him a big gift. It shouldn't be a problem to ask for a warrant now. However, to be on the safe side, he still returned to the courtyard and brought Xia Qianqian along. When he arrived at the city lord's residence again, the cultivator he met before was still maintaining order there. When he saw Lu Yi and Xia Qianqian, he was much more polite and took the initiative to cup his fists. Young Lord Yi, what's the matter? Please pass on the message. I still have something to see the city lord. Wait a moment. With that, he went inside to pass on the message. After a moment, the person returned, followed by the cultivator called Asi. Seeing this, Lu Yi knew that he probably wouldn't be able to see the city lord this time. It seemed that the relationship between the 1,000 Beast sect and Two Realm City wasn't very good. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for them to be treated like this after giving such a big gift previously. Coming in front of Lu Yi and Xia Qianqian, Asi said, Young Lord Yi, what's the matter? Lu Yi said bluntly, I need to go into the beast park and take a demonic beast out. Asi frowned. A demonic beast? He shook his head slowly. This is difficult. In the current situation, demonic beasts are the most unstable things. The city hasn't decided how to deal with those demonic beasts yet. Only one. This isn't a matter of 1 or 2. At this point, Si suddenly paused and listened attentively as if someone was talking to him from a distance. After a moment, he continued, Young Lord Yi, I know that the beast taming school's cultivators are lacking demonic beasts and their strength will be greatly reduced. I also understand, young Lord Ye's urgency to recover your strength, but Two Realm City has its rules. What do you need me to do? Lu Yi interrupted him. If he guessed correctly, someone must have given him some instructions. Young Lord Yi is a straightforward person. Then I'll be frank. There are already many demonic beasts that have gone mad outside Two Realm City, especially in a valley 100 li east of the city. There are already many demonic beasts gathered. If young Lord Yi can agree to deal with these demonic beasts, deal. It wasn't just Two Realm City that made such a request. Even if there was no request, Lu Yi was prepared to take Xia Qianqian and the others out to earn military merits. Now that the cultivators of the 9 states had acted quickly, it didn't matter if they could save the world in the end. Or was it to say that if this world were to be destroyed according to its established development trajectory, the benefits that could be obtained were the most practical? Asi beckoned, "Come with me." Asi returned to the beast park. He had to obey his orders. Lu Yi smoothly entered. The beast park was divided into 3 levels, the lower 3 floors. The strength of the demonic beasts locked up was also different. The further down they went, the stronger the demonic beast, the stronger it was. Hoopa was imprisoned in the basement, and it took Lu Yi a long time to find him in a cage. He closed the restriction on the beast cage. Hoopa jumped out angrily and squatted on Lu Yi's shoulder. This trip to the mystic realm was really depressing. He didn't do anything. He went to jail for half a day. Walking out of the beast park, Asi was still waiting. Seeing Hoopa so obedient, he couldn't help but praise. Young Master Ye's beast-taming technique is indeed amazing. From his point of view, Lu Yi easily tamed such a demonic beast on a trip. It was obvious that his beast-taming technique was exquisite. "I hope, young master, you won't forget what you promised." "I know. I'll make some preparations and set off now." After a few words of reply, Lu Yi brought Hoopa and Xia Qianqian back to the small courtyard. Shin Kitten and Lan Zi were resting in their rooms. "It's time to work, girls," Xia Qianqian shouted, and Shin Kitten and Lan Zi flashed out of the room. After telling them that Lu Yi had promised to clear out the demonic beasts, the few of them naturally had no objections and immediately set off. After a short while, the 4 of them rose on their weapons and rushed out from the east of the city. At this moment, many cultivators from the 9 provinces left Two Realm City in groups. They went out to kill those crazy demonic beasts and earn military merits. Therefore, the actions of Lu Yi and the other 3 didn't attract much attention. Along the way, from time to time, they would encounter cultivators fleeing in the direction of Two Realm City. They would also encounter some scattered and crazy demonic beasts. Until 100 miles away, everyone stopped in the air a few thousand feet away. Using the cover of the clouds, they looked down. In a huge valley below, demonic beasts were densely packed together. It was difficult to count them all in a short period of time. What was surprising was that although there were many demonic beasts, the entire valley was completely silent without the slightest roar. The huge group of demonic beasts was like an orderly army, gathering and hibernating here. "Yi Lu, Two Realm City called us to clear out these demonic beasts? Are you sure they didn't call us here to die?" Shin Kitten looked at the densely packed demonic beasts below and felt her scalp go numb. With so many demonic beasts, it was impossible for the 4 of them to kill them all. Lu Yi was expressionless as he pressed his hand on the hilt of his saber. He knew that either the news from Two Realm City was outdated, or Two Realm City was deliberately making things difficult for him. But since he was already here, from another perspective, more demonic beasts meant more battle merits. If he really couldn't beat them, he could still run. "I can set up an array in that position." Lu Yi pointed in a direction. It was the direction of the exit of the valley. The terrain was flat. "You know about arrays?" Xia Qianqian looked at Lu Yi in surprise. "You're not a weapon cultivator." "I know a little." The corner of Lan Zi's eyes twitched. Of the 3 women present, whether it was Xia Qianqian or Shin Kitten, they didn't know much about Lu Yi's background. Only Lan Zi knew how profound Lu Yi's attainments in array Dao were. He was the guy who had earned the titles of Sect Exterminating Yi and the 3 disasters of Spirit Stream Battlefield. He was being too modest by saying that he knew a little about arrays. "Then you set up the array first. We'll go back and lure the demonic beasts in that direction." "Kill as many as you can," Xia Qianqian said. Lu Yi nodded and landed in that direction. The women followed and stood guard nearby. Array flags were thrown out one after another, and arrays were quickly formed. This time, Lu Yi only set up one kind of array, an explosion array. Because the targets were demonic beasts that had gone mad, there was no need for overly complicated arrays. The simpler the array, the better. Big explosion arrays, small explosion arrays, big and small, intertwined with each other. Moreover, many of the arrays were triggered. As long as a demonic beast stepped into the array, it would immediately be activated. There are also some arrays that were actively controlled. Lu Yi had the 3 women memorize the locations of those arrays in case they were needed. Lu Yi had a lot of array flags left, but this time, in order to gain as much battle merits as possible, he used up all of them except for the set of rewards he received from the 100 Formation Pagoda. When everything was ready, the 3 pairs of eyes looked at Xia Qianshan. Xia Qianshan understood. So I should go because I'm strong? Then I'll go. You guys get ready. The 3 of them nodded. Then they watched as she turned into a streak of light and flew toward the valley where the demonic beasts were gathered. After a short moment, there was a violent fluctuation of spiritual power, and the light of a spell technique suddenly bloomed. Xia Qianshan had made her move. She was a cultivator of both magic and medicine. Although she was very strong, her medical skills were mediocre. In the cultivation world of the 9 states, it was very common for cultivators of either magic or other cultivation systems to cultivate medicine, just like how most medical cultivators would cultivate other cultivation systems. However, no matter what cultivation system a cultivator was from, they were generally not very proficient in their cultivation system. Accompanied by a boom, a streak of light quickly flew over from that direction. Immediately afterward, the earth shook as if a powerful army was charging over from that direction. A large number of demonic beasts followed closely behind Xia Qianshan. Most of them couldn't fly, but there were a few that could. Demonic beasts were different from cultivators. When cultivators reached the Cloud River tier, they could fly. However, when demonic beasts reached the demonic general level, they might not necessarily be able to fly. Some demonic generals could, but most demonic generals couldn't. As for the flying demonic beasts, they were naturally not limited by cultivation and strength. Xia Qianshan cast her spells as she fled. The foundation of a Cloud River Tier 9th Ordermaster was undoubtedly revealed. As she cast her spells, flying demonic beasts fell from the sky and were trampled into meat paste by the army of demonic beasts. Seeing the flood of demonic beasts rushing over, even if Lu Yi and the others were mentally prepared, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tighten. When the distance between them was more than 100 meters, Lu Yi took the initiative to attack. Fiery red spiritual power flowed, and a beautiful fire phoenix condensed. It flapped its wings and flew towards the demonic beasts. The feathers on the fire phoenix could be seen clearly. After reaching the second order Cloud River realm, the power of the fire phoenix technique had greatly increased. However, Lu Yi still couldn't use the fire phoenix spirit rune at will. The spirit rune's demand for spiritual energy was too great. With his current foundation, he still couldn't easily use it. You also know magic. Shen Xiaomao was surprised, as if she had met Lu Yi for the first time. Before this, Lu Yi had never shown his talent in magic in front of her, and judging from the speed and power of Lu Ye's casting, he wasn't inferior to a true magic cultivator. A weapon cultivator who used a saber, knew spirit arrays, knew magic, and even had a pet beast. She suspected that he cultivated the beast taming school. Shen Xiaomao really wanted to ask Lu Yi if there was anything he wasn't proficient in. The fire phoenix flapped its wings and crashed into the demonic beasts. Flames burst into the sky, and all the demonic beasts were burned to a crisp by the terrifying heat. In an instant, a large number of them died. After the first fire phoenix, there was a second one, then a third. Only then did Shen Xiaomao and Lan Zi have the opportunity to attack. The spirit artifact that was wrapped around Shen Xiaomao's arm flew out. As if it had a life of its own, it wrapped around a flying demonic beast. In the next moment, the demonic beast exploded into a cloud of blood. Chapter 463. As for Lan Zi, she took out her imperial equipment. She only had one imperial equipment, which was a short sword that was a foot long. However, The short sword was glowing with spirit light. It was extremely fast and had great killing power. Wherever it passed, the sharp sword light pierced through the heads of the demonic beasts, bringing out puffs of blood. The targets of their attacks were the monster beasts that could fly, because only these monster beasts could pose a threat to them. As for those that couldn't fly, they temporarily left them alone. The distance of 100 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. When Xia Qianqian's figure swept past them, Lu Yi and the others hurriedly changed directions and fled in different directions. A large number of monster beasts chased after them, each with an abnormal scarlet color in their eyes. A loud rumbling sound rang out as the explosion array set up by Lu Yi was triggered. Huge flames appeared, and the monster beasts within the range of the array were either killed or injured. The loud noise continued as one array after another was triggered. Lu Yi held an array flag in his hand as he fled, waving it from time to time to activate the array that needed to be controlled. 9 streams of light lingered around him, attacking the flying monster beasts chasing behind him. There were many monster beasts, but their strength was uneven. Most of them were ordinary monster beasts, equivalent to cultivators in the spirit stream realm. Only a small number of them were monster generals. Ordinary monster generals couldn't resist the methods of Lu Yi and the others. Only the truly powerful monster generals could pose a threat to Lu Yi and the others to a certain extent. Gradually, the sounds of explosions became sparse. Even though Lu Yi had set up a large number of arrays in advance, they were all exhausted in less than an incense stick's worth of time. However, what he saw was still a large number of monster beasts. In the chaotic battlefield, the 4 of them had completely scattered. Xin Xiaomao and Xia Qianqian had run off somewhere. As far as Lu Yi could see, he could only see Lan Zi's figure. At this moment, this woman was surrounded in midair by a group of monster beasts. He could only vaguely see her moving figure and flickering sword light. From time to time, monster beasts would cry out and fall from the sky. The situation on Lu Ye's side wasn't too optimistic. He was being chased by a large group of monster beasts, 2 of which were very strong. At the very least, they were equivalent to cultivators in the 5th or 6th order of the Cloud River realm. Lu Yi was in a difficult situation. What made Lu Yi feel fortunate was that the intelligence of these demonic beasts that had gone mad seemed to have been greatly affected. They became extremely bloodthirsty and impulsive. Therefore, although they were able to erupt with greater strength than usual, but relatively speaking, not so smart anymore. Otherwise, general-level demon beasts usually have high intelligence. Lu Yi attacked several times. He wanted to eliminate one of the 2 demon generals, but he didn't succeed. He could only run in circles. At the same time, he was cutting off the weaker demonic beasts. All of a sudden, the sky was filled with sword light. The group of beasts surrounding Lan Zi suddenly turned into minced corpses and fell from the sky. This tall and slender woman held 2 long swords in her hands as she spun around. They were like gorgeous flowers. Lu Yi had fought with Lan Zi during the Spirit Stream list challenge. At that time, he felt that this woman's attacks were wide open, and her fighting style was very suitable to deal with this kind of situation where she was besieged. As expected. However, after using this move, Lan Zi's chest heaved up and down a few times. Clearly, it was quite a burden on her. Then, she merged with the sword light and rushed straight toward Lu Yi. When the sword light was rampant, the pressure on Lu Yi was greatly reduced. People like Lu Yi and Lan Zi felt that the other party was very difficult to deal with when they were enemies. But if they worked together, they would be very reliable candidates. The 2 figures intertwined and moved. Although this was the first time they worked together to kill an enemy, they were extremely close and didn't need to communicate. It was as if they could guess each other's thoughts and next move. The saber light and sword light flickered. One by one, the demonic beasts fell down. Even the 2 strongest demonic beasts were killed. Lu Yi and Lan Zi worked together to kill one of them. The remaining one was struggling to hold on. With Lu Yi and Lan Zi working together, it was only a matter of time before this demonic beast was killed. Suddenly, a violent and chaotic fluctuation of spiritual power came from the side. Lu Yi turned his head to look and saw that Xin Xiao Mao, who had run away just now, had appeared. And behind her, there were more than 10 figures brazenly attacking. Xin Kitten rushed to Lu Yi and Lan Zi's side and said, "Yi Lu, there are a lot of people coming." She had just been chased by a group of demonic beasts and had nowhere else to go. She could only choose to fly in the direction of Two Realm City. However, halfway there, she suddenly encountered a large group of cultivators rushing towards her. The demonic beasts that were chasing her were all killed, so she turned back. These cultivators were obviously from the 9 regions. At this moment, they were gathering together to gain merit and rushed here. At a glance, they saw that there were so many demonic beasts gathered here. They were all overjoyed and immediately scattered to kill the enemy. The cultivators' priority targets were those demonic beasts that could fly, because as long as they killed those that could fly, no matter how many demonic beasts there were, they could advance and retreat. The light of spells and spiritual weapons bloomed in all directions. The number of flying demonic beasts in the sky was constantly decreasing. With the addition of these more than 10 people, the progress of clearing out the demonic beasts was rapidly increased. A moment later, Lu Yi, Lan Zi, and Xin Kitten had already landed. The 3 of them formed a triangle around each other. Demonic beasts were gathering from all directions. But with the cooperation of the 3 of them, it was difficult for these demonic beasts to rush in front of them. Hoopa also jumped down from Lu Ye's shoulder and revealed its true body. From time to time, it would roar or pounce on the injured demonic beasts and bite them to death. Just now, when Lu Yi was fighting in the air, other than roaring a few times, it had no room to do anything. It really made Hoopa anxious. Demonic beasts were killed one by one. The mountains were covered with demonic beast corpses. Blood flowed on the ground, and the pungent smell of blood enveloped the entire battlefield. Even if their companions were constantly being killed, these demonic beasts that had gone mad were not afraid at all. They continued to pounce on the cultivators with red eyes. As time passed, the roars of the demonic beasts gradually became sparse. Lu Yi waved his saber until it was numb. Lan Zi and Xin Kitten on the side were also pale. Finally, at a certain moment, the chaotic battlefield calmed down. Lu Yi held the Pan Shan saber in his hand and looked around. All he could see were the corpses of demonic beasts. The only ones standing were the figures covered in blood. Xia Qian appeared out of nowhere. She was also covered in blood and looked exhausted. She glanced at Lu Yi and the others. "Are you okay?" It wasn't that she didn't want to meet up with Lu Yi and the others just now. It was just that she was entangled by a few powerful demon generals. Lu Yi slowly shook his head and shook off the blood on the Pan Shan saber. He returned the saber to its sheath and took out 2 origin spirit pills, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing slowly. Lan Zi and Xin Kitten also hurriedly took the pills to recover. This kind of battle, whether it was for Lu Yi and the others or the group of cultivators who came later, was extremely exhausting. The main reason was that there were too many demonic beasts. Before Lu Yi and the others rushed over, they didn't expect so many demonic beasts to gather here. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have agreed to Ah Si's request. Fortunately, the dozen or so cultivators came at the right time. The battle was hard, but the post-battle inventory made people beam with joy. All the cultivators who participated in this battle received a lot of merit points. Lu Yi checked his identity nameplate and found that the number of merit points recorded in it had already reached more than 3,000. A blue spirit lot was only worth 1,800 points. This battle allowed him to accumulate almost enough merit points to exchange for 2 blue spirit lots. A large part of the reason he could get so many merit points was because he had spent a lot of array flags to set up the explosion array. The explosion array killed a lot of demonic beasts. In addition, he had killed a lot of demonic beasts with the help of Shin Kitten and Lan Zi. That was why he had so many merit points. Shin Kitten and Lan Zi probably didn't have any merit points. Even Xia Qianqian, whose cultivation was higher, couldn't have obtained so many merit points. He suddenly realized that array formation cultivators had a lot of advantages in dealing with this kind of situation. It was a pity that he had used up all the array flags in his hand. Otherwise, he could have gotten more. The spoils of war weren't just merit points. Those dead demonic generals all had demonic cores in their bodies. The cultivators had already begun to collect the demonic cores in the chaotic battlefield. Lu Yi naturally didn't stay idle. He brought along Hupa and began to search. Demonic generals and ordinary demonic beasts weren't easy to distinguish, so searching for demonic cores wasn't easy. Sometimes, after searching for half a day, they still couldn't find the corpse of a demonic general. Hupa liked to eat things like demonic cores. However, considering that these dead demonic beasts had gone crazy for some reason, Lu Yi didn't dare to feed Hupa the demonic cores he collected. He kept them first. 2 hours later, the battlefield was almost finished. Every cultivator had obtained some demonic cores. Lu Ye's side had obtained a dozen or so, and they were all placed in his storage space. These demonic cores were of different sizes, and even their color was different. However, without exception, the demonic cores contained a large amount of energy. These things were usually used by pill cultivators to refine pills. They were also used to set up arrays or refine tools. In short, they had many uses and were extremely valuable. After a great battle, their harvest was bountiful. The cultivators were all beaming with joy. Just as they were discussing how to join forces to clear out more demonic beasts, the ground suddenly trembled. Everyone's expression changed. They looked in the direction of the source of the tremors and saw a black mass on the horizon. Countless flying demonic beasts were flying over from that direction. Lu Yi and a few other cultivators flew into the sky and looked over. Their expressions gradually became serious. In the distance, an overwhelming number of demonic beasts were rushing over. The number was beyond imagination. This number of demonic beasts wasn't something a dozen cultivators could handle. Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. The demonic beasts of the realm of beasts had their eyes on Two Realm City, the last stronghold of the human race. They were going to attack Two Realm City with all their might. "Run!" a cultivator shouted and immediately turned around to fly towards the Two Realm City. Seeing this, the cultivators below all flew into the sky and flew towards Two Realm City. In the entire realm of beasts, Two Realm City was probably the only place that could give people a sense of security. However, in the face of such a large army of demonic beasts, no one knew if Two Realm City could defend itself. Chapter 464. When Lu Yi and the others hurried back to Two Realm City, the entire city was already in a state of battle readiness. Large numbers of cultivators stood on every section of the city walls, ready to fight. There were also formation cultivators setting up all kinds of formations outside the city, preparing to deal with the enemy. This was the last stronghold of the human race in the realm of beasts. If Two Realm City fell, there would be no place for the human race in the realm of beasts. This place would completely become the world of those crazy demonic beasts. All the surviving cultivators had already arrived at Two Realm City, and those who hadn't made it were most likely unable to make it. Lu Yi and the others had expended a lot of energy in the previous battle. Naturally, they had to go back and rest. Otherwise, if they participated in the battle in this state, it was very likely that they would be exhausted. However, when Lu Yi brought the 3 women back to the small courtyard, he was surprised to find a dozen unfamiliar cultivators gathered there. Xia Qianqian and the others immediately became vigilant. It wasn't easy to find a place to stay in Two Realm City, which was filled with people. Moreover, Lu Yi had given them a huge gift in exchange. It would be a huge loss if someone took over the place because they weren't around. Lu Yi thought for a moment, then stepped forward to greet these people. If he wasn't mistaken, these people should be on his side. As expected, when they saw Lu Yi covered in blood, the eyes of an old man among the dozen or so people instantly turned red. He rushed forward and grabbed Lu Ye's shoulders with both hands, excitedly shouting, "Young master, are you all right?" Young master. When Xia Qianshan and the others heard this name, they immediately understood where these people came from. Only cultivators from the Thousand Beasts sect would call Lu Yi young master. They didn't expect that they would have a group of natural allies in this mystery realm. Lu Yi had thought of this, or else he wouldn't have taken the initiative to walk out just now. When he first entered this mystery realm, he received a mission from Tianji to take the Jade Ring and escape to Two Realm City. At the same time, he also received a place to stay for the remaining people of the Thousand Beast sect. When the Thousand Beast sect fell, the survivors scattered. Lu Yi and the others were in one group, so there were definitely others who escaped. At this time, they would be waiting for them in the small courtyard. They were definitely the people of the Thousand Beast sect who fled here. There were more than a dozen people, all of them at the Cloud River tier. In the realm of beasts, this was already a very strong force, especially the old man who spoke to Lu Yi and the old woman who stood silently behind him. From the looks of it, their strength was extraordinary, most likely Ninth Order Cloud River Realm Masters. "I'm fine." Lu Yi shook his head. The old man looked at Lu Yi from head to toe to make sure that there were no signs of injury. Only then did he calm down. His face turned angry again as he scolded. "That Lu Wuzhai has gone too far. That's why my 10,000 Beast sect met with such a calamity. He let the young master do such a dangerous thing. He clearly wanted to see something happen to the young master. It was simply intolerable. I'm ashamed to be the master of Two World City." The Lu Wuzhai he spoke of. He was the city lord of Two Realm City. The old man was clearly dissatisfied with Two Realm City's decision to send Lu Yi, the young lord, out to clear out the demonic beasts. After scolding the city lord, the old man scolded Xia Qianshan and the others. "Are you all trash? The young master had such a precious body. How can we let young master risk his life?" Xia Qianshan and the others were rendered speechless by the scolding. If it hadn't been for the fact that the people in the secret plane didn't know that they were from the 9 states, they wouldn't have known. He was afraid that he would quarrel with the old man. "What? You're not convinced after a few words? Don't forget who brought you up. If it weren't for the 10,000 Beast sect, you would have died somewhere." The old man saw that Xia Qianshan and the others were not convinced. He couldn't help but scold them again. All right, great elder, please calm down." The old woman who made Lu Yi slightly concerned spoke up. These little girls didn't want to, but how can they not bow their heads under the eaves? We can only blame ourselves for being too slow and making the young master suffer. After saying this, he turned to Xia Qianshan and the others. "You guys apologize to the Grand Elder." Xia Qianshan and the others looked at Lu Yi together with burning eyes. Lu Yi immediately felt like there was a thorn in his back and hurriedly said, "Great Elder, let's forget about this. I was the one who brought them out. It's not their fault." The Great Elder was heartbroken. "Young master, you can't spoil these girls too much. Sigh, there are only these few people left in our sect. I don't want to be angry with you, but remember, you can't let the young master risk his life again in the future." Xia Qianshan and the others grunted in agreement. The Great Elder's face cleared up a little. Suddenly, he looked at Hoopa squatting on Lu Ye's shoulder. His dim eyes gradually lit up. "Where did the young master find this little beast? Can you let me take a look?" Lu Yi tilted his head and gestured to Hoopa. Hoopa immediately jumped toward the Great Elder. The Great Elder's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and caught it. "You're so proficient in human nature?" After examining Hoopa for a while, the Great Elder's face bloomed with a smile. The young master's luck is quite good. Your natal Yao beast died in battle not long ago, and you've already subdued such a strange beast. Congratulations, young master. From what I can see, this beast seems to have the bloodline of the 4 sacred beasts. Although its current strength isn't high, its potential is enormous. If it is properly nurtured, its future achievements will be limitless. Lu Yi was surprised, thinking to himself that this old man was indeed from the Myriad Beast sect. His eyesight and experience were indeed extraordinary. He could actually see that Hupa had the bloodline of the 4 sacred beasts. He originally only had his suspicions, but after hearing the Great Elder's words, he was even more certain that Hupa really did have the bloodline of the 4 sacred beasts. As for the so-called natal Yao beast that the Great Elder spoke of, Lu Yi naturally didn't understand. According to Xia Qianqian, the realm of beasts really did exist. Everything they were experiencing now was also something that had once happened in the realm of beasts. It was just that the heavens had used some inexplicable method to reproduce it, allowing them to enter this place and experience what had once happened in this world. Since that was the case, then the Myriad Beast sect had also once existed. The Myriad Beast sect's young sect master had also once existed, but had been replaced by Lu Yi. Lu Yi naturally didn't know what a natal Yao beast was. If the old woman hadn't spoken, he wouldn't even have known that this old man was the Myriad Beast sect's Great Elder. Since he didn't understand, he asked, "Great Elder, how do I make it my natal Yao beast?" The Great Elder looked at Lu Yi in confusion. "Young master, you don't remember?" This was the core of the beast taming school. How could he forget? Lu Ye's expression was sorrowful. The sudden change made my mind uneasy. Recently, I've been muddle-headed, and I feel like I've forgotten many things. Xia Qianqian and the others all rolled their eyes when they heard this. The Great Elder couldn't help but sigh. "So that's how it is. Young master, you've suffered." As he spoke, he reached into his storage pouch and rummaged through it. He quickly took out a jade slip and handed it to Lu Yi. "This is our sex beast seal technique. It's also our sex core technique. Young master, you must take good care of it." Lu Yi solemnly accepted it and nodded. "Rest assured, Great Elder." To the side, Xia Qianqian and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Lu Yi to gain so much from the old man with just a few words. Although they didn't know what the beast seal technique was, it was obvious that it had something to do with beast taming. In the 9 provinces, the beast taming school wasn't a big school. However, in the Myriad Beasts realm, the beast taming school was the main school. When it came to the study of beast taming, the cultivators of the Myriad Beasts realm were definitely more outstanding than the cultivators of the 9 provinces. Not to mention, this beast seal technique came from the strongest sect in the Myriad Beasts realm. If this beast seal technique were to spread, it would definitely be sought after by the cultivators of the beast taming school. It would be extremely valuable. This old man couldn't be missed. Xia Qianqian's heart immediately moved. She said, "Great Elder, we don't have any more cultivation resources." The Great Elder, who was amiable to Lu Yi, immediately glared at Xia Qianqian. "Didn't the sect master give you a batch of spirit stones before you left? Don't tell this old master that you've used them all up." "How could there be such a thing?" Xia Qianqian wailed in her heart. "What bullshit, sect master." She hadn't even seen him before. The Great Elder turned his head and continued to look amiably at Lu Yi. "Young master, where's your spirit beast bag?" "What? AI?" The Great Elder sighed. "Young master, it's not easy to make a spirit beast bag. Our sect only has a dozen or so. They're all things passed down from our old ancestor. You can't just throw them away." Saying so, he took out a bag from his waist and handed it to Lu Yi. "Use this old master's first." Lu Yi took the so-called spirit beast bag in a daze. He was at a loss for a moment. On the side, Xia Qianqian and the others were envious. Shen Xiao Mao had never seen such a thing. Even Xia Qianqian, who was a Cloud River 9th Order cultivator and had entered many sealed worlds, had never seen someone treat anyone so well. Originally, she thought that Lu Ye's status as the Thousand Beast Sect's young sect master was just an empty title. But now, she knew that he could actually obtain practical benefits. Why? Why can a second-order Cloud River realm brat get so many benefits from entering a sealed world, while I, a Cloud River Ninth Order cultivator, have to risk my life? Because he's a man. The heavens are unfair. Xia Qianqian wanted to cry. At this time, the old woman spoke up. Young master has just returned from a trip. Let him rest first. The great elder nodded. Yes, young master. You should go rest first. We'll talk again after you've recovered. Then I'll go rest first, Lu Yi said. Suddenly, he felt a few sharp gazes staring at him. He quickly called out to Xia Qianqian and the others, "Come with me." Yes, Xia Qianqian and the others quickly responded. Lu Yi vaguely heard the sound of teeth grinding. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. In the room, after closing the door, Lu Yi found a place to sit down cross-legged. Then he saw 3 figures standing in a row in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Each of them had a look of disdain in their eyes. It was arranged by the heavens. I can't do anything about it. Lu Yi tried to explain. Didn't I bring you in to rest? Let's split the spoils. Xia Qianqian gritted her teeth. She had been sulking just now. How do we split it? You can keep that spirit beast bag. Let me make a copy of the beast seal technique. But don't worry, I won't sell it. I have a senior brother who is in the beast taming school. It might be useful to him. I want it too. Xin Xiao Mao raised her hand. Lan Zi was silent, but her attitude was obvious. Chapter 465. Each of them swore an oath of heavenly secrets, stating that the beast mark technique would not be sold and would only be used for their own research or as a gift to someone close to them. Lu Yi handed the jade slip to Xia Qianqian and the other 2, allowing them to make copies of it. Lu Yi took the spirit beast pouch and examined it over and over again. The pouch looked similar to a storage pouch and was sewn together from the hide of an unknown beast. However, the spirit beast pouch in his hand seemed to have been passed down for a long time, and its surface was already somewhat worn out. Thinking back to what the great elder had said before, there were only a dozen or so of these things in the entire myriad beast sect, and they were all passed down by their ancestors. They were obviously valuable and rare. The restriction on the pouch had already been removed, and Lu Yi only needed to circulate his spiritual energy to refine it. After inspecting it, he was surprised. There was a small space inside the pouch. It wasn't too big, but the space inside the pouch felt different from the space inside a storage pouch. Spirit Beast Pouch, Spirit Beast Pouch. Just by hearing the name, one could guess what the pouch's purpose was. Lu Yi held the Spirit Beast Pouch and looked at Hupa, who was lying down next to him, as if sensing something. Hupa raised its head and met Lu Ye's eyes. Lu Yi held up the Spirit Beast Pouch in his hand and gestured. Hupa stood up and Lu Yi circulated his spiritual energy and covered it with the pouch. Hupa immediately disappeared. Probing with his perception, he found that Hupa had already been put into the Spirit Beast Pouch. However, because it was his first time in such a space, Hupa wasn't used to it and kept twisting its body. Furthermore, the space inside the pouch felt extremely cramped. As Hupa wriggled, the surface of the Spirit Beast Pouch undulated. This Spirit Beast Pouch really could hold living things. Normal storage pouches didn't have this ability. All storage pouches could only hold things that didn't have any life force. If a living thing was forcefully stored inside, the life force stored in the storage pouch would dissipate before long. Lu Yi did have an item that could store living things, and that was the 9 Worlds diagram. This spirit treasure could even store a living person, let alone other things. However, it was still a spirit treasure that looked like a picture scroll. It could be used in battle, but it wasn't suitable to be carried around normally. Furthermore, Maintaining the nine worlds diagram required a lot of spiritual energy. How could it compare to the convenience of this spirit beast pouch? With such a small pouch, Lu Yi could hang it around his waist or keep it close to his body. This way, Hoopa wouldn't have to sit on his shoulder all the time. It wasn't that Hoopa sitting on his shoulder would be a hindrance, but a demonic beast with such obvious characteristics that it would easily become Lu Ye's identity. For example, at the Spirit Stream battlefield, almost all the cultivators of the Myriad Demon Ridge knew that Lu Ye of the Jade Blood Sect had a white tiger monster beast by his side. Many people who had never seen Lu Ye before could infer his identity from the presence of Hoopa. As a result, sometimes Lu Yi couldn't hide his identity even if he wanted to. But now that he had the spirit beast pouch, he didn't have to worry about this anymore. If he wanted to hide his identity in the future, he only needed to store the amber in the spirit beast pouch, then go to the Tianji treasury and pick out a spirit tool that could change his appearance. Who would know who he was? He waited excitedly for a while before releasing Hoopa. Hoopa immediately pounced on the spirit beast pouch in Lu Ye's hand and pretended to bite it. Lu Yi hurriedly held it down. The battlefield imprint sent a message. Lu Yi checked it and found it was from Yi. Yi couldn't show herself in front of outsiders, so she could only communicate with him in this way. After listening to Yi's explanation, Lu Yi found out that it didn't feel too good to put Hoopa into the spirit beast pouch. Not only was it pitch black inside, it was also really cramped. However, the space inside wasn't fixed. Hoopa's current kitten-like body could be put inside, so even if he reverted to his original form, he could still be put inside. Under Hoopa's unwilling gaze, Lu Yi kept the spirit beast pouch close to her body and promised Hoopa that she wouldn't put it into the spirit beast pouch unless it was absolutely necessary. Only then did Hoopa settle down. The three women returned the jade slips and sat down cross-legged. Lu Yi threw a few spirit pills into his mouth, recovering while studying the beast seal technique. At first, he didn't care much, but as he studied the beast seal technique, Lu Ye's expression gradually became serious. This beast seal technique was definitely something that had never appeared in the cultivation world of the 9 regions. If this technique was popularized, it would greatly improve the cultivators of the beast taming school. In the cultivation world of the 9 regions, the beast taming school was one of the many small schools. However, compared to other small schools, such as the Yanshi school, the beast taming school was much larger. Even someone like Lu Yi, who had a demonic beast by his side, could be considered a member of the beast taming school. Being proficient in human nature, a tamed demonic beast could become a helper. In the early stages of a cultivator's cultivation, a demonic beast could often be of great help. Not only could it help kill enemies, but it could also be used to travel. Therefore, many cultivators liked to have a demonic beast by their side when they were weak, if the conditions were right. However, the beast taming school was the same as other small schools. It was difficult for strong cultivators to appear in the school because the cultivators of this school mainly cultivated demonic beasts and supplemented themselves. They were often passionate about subduing and cultivating powerful demonic beasts, letting the demonic beasts fight on their behalf. A large portion of the cultivation resources they obtained were invested in the demonic beasts. As a result, the more they walked on the path of cultivation, the harder it was for them to grow. Many cultivators of the beast taming school in the 9 regions had 10 or 20 demonic beasts under their command. When Lu Yi was trying to break through the spirit stream list, he had encountered a cultivator of the beast taming school. That cultivator's strength was not great, but the demonic beasts under his command were very fierce. Therefore, when Lu Yi broke through the demonic beast's blockade and rushed in front of him, his defeat was already set. Cultivator's cultivation was still based on the people. Demonic beasts could only be considered as external forces. Lu Yi originally thought that the beast taming school in the realm of beasts was also like that. However, when he saw the beast mark method, he realized that he was wrong. Every school had its own value and meaning. In the realm of beasts, the beast taming school could become the main school because, although they tamed and cultivated demonic beasts like the cultivators of the 9 regions, they did not rely on the demonic beasts. Their cultivation was based on the people. The beast taming school in the realm of beasts would never have a cultivator with more than 10 demonic beasts under his command. Most cultivators only had one demonic beast, and that was their natal demonic beast. Very few people had multiple demonic beasts, but at most, they would not have more than 3. Because they had too many demonic beasts under their command, they did not have the resources and energy to cultivate them. The so-called natal demonic beast was a secret technique that connected the cultivator's life with the demonic beasts, sharing both honor and disgrace. In this way, the cultivator's life was closely related to his natal demonic beast. When the cultivator lived, the demonic beast lived. When the cultivator died, the demonic beast died. On the other hand, if the natal demonic beast died in battle, the cultivator as a master would not die. He would only suffer some backlash. After all, this was a secret technique developed by cultivators. Naturally, cultivators would be given more preferential treatment. The best way to choose a natal demonic beast was when it was just born. This way, the relationship between the cultivator and the demonic beast would be stronger. Only when the cultivator and the demonic beast reached a level where they were willing to give up their lives for each other, could they connect their life forces and make the demonic beast the cultivator's natal demonic beast. Then they could form a beast mark. After forming a beast mark, the cultivator would be able to borrow the strength of their natal demonic beast to a certain extent to increase their own battle prowess. If both sides had enough trust and tacit understanding, they could even merge their natal demonic beast with the beast mark, greatly increasing their strength. From this, it could be seen that regardless of whether it was the connection of life forces or the formation of a beast mark, the cultivators of the myriad beasts realm adhered to the principle of humanism. This was completely different from the beast taming school of the 9 provinces. If this secret technique were to spread to the 9 provinces, it would be enough to topple the beast taming school of the 9 provinces. No beast taming school of the 9 provinces would reject this secret technique. With this secret technique, the beast taming school of the 9 provinces would be able to become the main school of beast taming school. Lu Yi was immersed in the mysteries of this secret technique when he suddenly smelled a fragrance. He turned his head to look. It was Xia Qianqian. She nudged him with her elbow and said, "Let's discuss this. Let's sell this secret technique to the Tianji treasury." She clearly realized the importance of this secret technique. This secret technique could change the status of a school. If they sold it to the Tianji treasury, the benefits were secondary. The most important thing was that they would receive the attention of the heavens. No matter what they did in the future, it would be like the heavens were helping them. This was the first time she had encountered such a good thing. Moreover, it was all thanks to Lu Yi. Naturally, she had to discuss this with Lu Yi. After all, they had just sworn an oath to the heavens. If Lu Yi didn't agree, no one would dare to casually break the oath. How much merit points is it worth? Lu Yi asked. Xia Qianqian chuckled. Don't be so shallow. This isn't about merit points. If we really sell this to the Tianji treasury, we will definitely receive the attention of the heavens. Do you understand? With the heavens watching you, your luck will be even better in the future. These words made Lu Ye's heart skip a beat. His recent good luck was most likely due to the blessings he received from the heavens. In that case, if he sold this secret technique to the Tianji treasury, he would also be able to accumulate his own luck. It was similar to the blessings he received from the heavens. However, it was hard to say which one was more effective. Lu Yi reckoned that the blessings from the heavens would be better. After all, this was an honor that no one had received in decades. Are you sure? Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. Although his luck was good enough, no one would complain about having better luck. Do you know how the small schools of the 9 states came to be? Xia Qianqian didn't answer his question. She didn't wait for Lu Yi to ask and began to explain. They are all spread out from hidden realms. In hidden realms like the realm of beasts, these schools are the main schools. Most of the cultivators in the world belong to those schools, just like the beast taming school here. Cultivators from the 9 states train there and bring out what they learn. After that, various small schools appeared in the 9 states. Chapter 466. In addition, there are many secret methods, cultivation methods, and so on. They are all spread in this way. The cultivation world of the 9 states is now blooming with flowers. It is the integration of the essence of many destroyed worlds, and it is slowly formed by removing the impurities and preserving the pure. As a Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivator, Xia Qianqian knew more about the cultivation world of the 9 provinces than Lu Yi. After all, she had been cultivating for a longer time and had more knowledge and experience. This was the first time Lu Yi had heard of this, so he couldn't help but listen attentively. This kind of thing that can change the structure of a sect is very important to the cultivation world of the 9 provinces. If we sell it to the Heaven's secret treasury, we can get the attention of Heaven's secret and improve our luck. This has happened before. There was once someone who took the cultivation method of a small sect out of the secret zone and sold it to the Tianji treasure house, which then allowed the cultivation world of the 9 states to have one more cultivation sect. Since then, this person's luck was as good as the sky. He dared not say that everything he wanted to do would come true, but no matter what he did, everything went smoothly. So, Yilu, let's sell it. You get 70% of the merit points, and the 3 of us get 10% each. As she said, the merit points obtained from selling this thing to the Heaven's secret treasury were secondary. The unseen benefits were the most important. However, it was mainly because of Lu Yi that they could get this thing, so it was reasonable for him to take 70% of the merit points. On the side, Shen Xiaomao and Lan Zi stopped cultivating and looked at Lu Yi eagerly. Most cultivators would find it difficult to do something that would attract the attention of Heaven's secret. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, they naturally didn't want to miss it. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay, let's talk about it after we get out. Xia Qianqian patted Lu Ye's shoulder. From now on, you are my close friend. If you encounter anything you can't solve on the Cloud River battlefield, send me a message and I will help you. This woman's friendship is not cheap. The 3 women continued to cultivate and recover while Lu Yi began to study the secret technique that connected his life essence with Hupa. This secret technique was the prerequisite for forming a beast seal and was recorded in a jade slip. It wasn't too complicated to use, but it had high requirements for cultivators and monster beasts. Cultivators and monster beasts had to trust each other unconditionally and even be willing to sacrifice their lives for each other. Was Hupa willing to sacrifice his life for Lu Yi? That was only natural. They had traveled together since the beginning of their lives and had gone through fire and water so many times. Whether it was Hupa or Lu Yi, they had long since regarded each other as a part of their lives. Not to mention, there was also the bond between man and beast and man. Yi was an important family member to both Hupa and Lu Yi. For other cultivators and Yao beasts, it would take a great deal of time to accumulate and cultivate, but Lu Yi and Hupa did not need to do so. The man and tiger had long since fulfilled this condition. The secret technique that connected their life force was not complicated. In Lu Ye's opinion, this was a strange spirit pattern that he had never seen before. Spirit technique, spirit Lu Yi, spirit runes, spirit techniques. This spirit pattern wasn't complicated, and it wasn't difficult to construct it. However, it couldn't be constructed with spirit energy, but with each other's blood. Originally, there weren't many people in the Wan Shou sect who could use this secret technique. After all, spirit tattooists were rare in the realm of beasts. Normally, if the Wan Shou sect wanted to use the life origin technique, they needed the help of the elders. Lu Yi himself was a spirit tattooist, so he naturally didn't need to ask others for help. He took out a container from his storage space and placed it on the ground. Then he pulled out the Pan Mountain saber and activated the sharpness spiritual tattoo. Holding the saber in one hand and the blade in the other, he made a cut on his palm. When he clenched his fist, blood flowed down his palm and fell into the vessel. The smell of blood filled the air, and the three women cultivating nearby all opened their eyes to take a look. They didn't know what Lu Yi was busy with, so they ignored him. After filling half of the container with his blood, Lu Yi raised the mountain pan blade and gestured to Hoopa. Hoopa took a few steps back and shook his head like a rattle. Although he looked majestic when he revealed his true form and fought bravely without fear, he was actually very afraid of pain. This was one of Hoopa's weaknesses that only Lu Yi and he knew about. Lu Yi ignored it and grabbed it in his hand. He gestured at its forearm and then cut it off with his knife. Hoopa immediately cried out, and his pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Dripping sounds could be heard as Hoopa's blood dripped into the container. A moment later, Lu Yi put Hoopa down. Hoopa immediately crouched down and used his tongue to lick his wound. From time to time, he would glare at Lu Yi with a resentful expression. Lu Yi picked up the container and gently shook it, allowing their blood to mix together. Lu Yi then walked out of the door and found the first elder resting in the courtyard. He asked him for some medicinal concoction. The first elder understood. "Young master, you want to use the life origin technique." What Lu Yi asked for wasn't too precious in the realm of beasts, but it didn't have many uses. Other than refining pills, it could only be used to form the life origin technique. Lu Yi nodded. The first elder immediately asked, "Do you need my help?" "I'll do it myself." The first elder said, "I know that young master wants to recover his strength as soon as possible. I also know that the little beast is proficient in human nature. However, the life origin technique has high requirements for both humans and monsters. Young master should leave it to fate. There's no need to force it." From his point of view, Lu Ye's life origin beast had just died in battle. Although he had subdued a monster proficient in human nature, it was unknown whether or not it could form the life origin technique. After all, the young master and the monster had only known each other for a short time. How could they have reached the point where they were willing to sacrifice their lives for each other so quickly? Moreover, he had never heard of his young master learning the life origin technique. However, he didn't want to give Lu Yi too much of a blow, so he could only try to persuade him. "I understand," Lu Yi replied, then turned around and walked back into the room. He stirred the medicinal concoction he got from the first elder into the container. The originally bright red blood turned even redder. When everything was ready, Lu Yi urged his spirit power. With his spirit power as a guide and the mixture of blood and medicinal concoction as the basis, Lu Yi began to construct the life origin spirit pattern. There were only a few hundred yin and yang spiritual tattoos. With Lu Ye's current attainments in the way of spiritual tattoos, it was not difficult to construct them. After all, Lu Yi could even construct the void spiritual tattoo easily now. That was a spiritual tattoo constructed by more than 3,000 yin and yang spiritual tattoos. In comparison, a few hundred were nothing. Even if it was Lu Ye's first time, he didn't make any mistakes. A moment later, the life origin spirit pattern was successfully constructed, and the materials in the container were all used up. At first glance, this spirit pattern was somewhat similar to the Tai Chi pattern. It was circular and symmetrical. Lu Yi gave Hoopa a look, and Hoopa jumped onto the spirit pattern. Lu Yi went to the opposite side and sat down cross-legged. Spirit power surged, stimulating the power of the spirit pattern. In an instant, the room was filled with red light, causing the three women who were recovering to open their eyes again and click their tongues in amazement. The commotion in the room also alarmed the great elder and the others outside. They all turned their heads to look, but they couldn't see the situation in the room. It wasn't good to push the door open and disturb them, so they could only wait anxiously. Inside the room, the life origin spirit pattern's power was stimulated. Rays of red light coiled around Lu Yi and Hoopa like ropes. At the same time, Lu Yi let out a muffled groan and Hoopa growled. The man and tiger both felt their blood boiling. As the red light coiled around them, a red mist emerged from their bodies. That was their blood and chi. Hoopa, who was originally the size of a cat, uncontrollably revealed his true body. If Lu Yi hadn't been prepared and constructed the life origin spirit pattern large enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to contain Hoopa. The blood and chi that gushed out from each other's bodies became denser and denser until the entire room was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Their blood and chi seemed to be inexplicably drawn to each other and converged in the middle. The red light that coiled around Lu Yi and Hoopa quickly spun and twisted. As the red light spun and flowed, Lu Yi felt his blood and chi constantly flowing out and being replenished. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if there was a force that was drawing out his blood and then pouring it back into his body. During this process, he clearly felt his blood and chi slowly change. It became more vigorous and rich. There was also an inexplicable bestial nature surging in his body. It was Hoopa's bestial nature. The dazzling red light lasted for a few dozen breaths of time before it slowly dimmed. Following the dimming of the red light, the life origin spirit pattern that was constructed earlier also became blurry and then disappeared. The smell of blood that filled the room also disappeared. She sat in front of Hoopa and stared into its eyes. At this moment, the man and tiger both had an extremely strange feeling in their hearts. It was as if their lives were connected to each other's. They felt even closer to each other. Originally, because of the pet contract, Lu Yi could more or less guess Hoopa's thoughts. However, compared to Yi, he was still far inferior. Yi could clearly know what Hoopa was thinking, now that he had this life origin technique. Although Lu Yi still couldn't reach Yi's level, he was much better than before. Hoopa obviously felt the same way. He leaned over and rubbed his head against Lu Yi. That wasn't the only change. Lu Yi suddenly felt something. He pulled open the front of his clothes and looked down at his chest. On Lu Ye's chest, a lifelike tiger's head had appeared out of nowhere. The tiger's head looked like a tattoo that had been tattooed on Lu Ye's chest with fresh blood. It was ferocious and mighty. Beast Seal. Originally, the life origin technique and the Beast Seal technique were separate. In order to form the Beast Seal, one had to form the life origin technique first. It could be said that the life origin technique was the prerequisite for the Beast Seal technique. However, when Lu Yi and Hoopa formed the life origin technique, the Beast Seal technique was also formed together. This saved them some trouble. The first elder's voice suddenly sounded from outside the room. "Young master, are you all right?" The old man obviously couldn't wait any longer. He desperately wanted to know how Lu Yi was doing. Chapter 467. "I'm fine," Lu Yi replied from inside the room before continuing to sense the changes in his body. Both the life origin technique and Beast Seal technique had been formed, so aside from feeling closer to Hoopa and their lives connected, there weren't many other changes. However, Lu Yi had a faint feeling that he could borrow some of Hoopa's strength in battle. Disregarding everything else, just obtaining the life origin technique and Beast Seal technique from this trip to the sealed realm was already a great harvest. A moment later, Lu Yi pushed open the door and walked out, directly facing the Grand Elder and the old woman waiting outside. Seeing Lu Yi and Hoopa, the Grand Elder's eyes lit up. "Young master, you've already formed the life origin technique?" He had obviously noticed something and clicked his tongue in wonder. He had never heard of his young master learning the life origin technique before. So how did he learn it so suddenly? Lu Yi said as he pulled open the front of his clothes. "Grand Elder, I've only formed the life origin technique, So why did I also form the beast seal? The Grand Elder revealed a surprised expression. The old woman couldn't help but widen her eyes. Is there a problem with the beast seal? Although Lu Yi didn't feel any problems with his body, he still needed to confirm this matter carefully. The heavens are protecting our myriad beast sect. The Grand Elder suddenly burst into tears, looking very emotional, causing Lu Yi to be confused. Even the old woman kept sighing, saying things like, "Sect Master, you should be able to rest in peace in the underworld," and so on. When the two of them finally calmed down, Lu Yi finally understood the whole story after listening to their explanation. Originally, in the Thousand Beast sect, the life origin technique and the beast seal technique were originally one. But after generations of inheritance and improvement, the two secret techniques were separated. This was because if they were separated, it would be easier to use them step by step, and the error tolerance would also be higher. However, this didn't mean that the improved secret technique was better. Forming the beast seal, while forming the life origin technique, undoubtedly meant that Lu Yi and Hupa had reached a level of tacit understanding that ordinary cultivators and monster beasts couldn't reach. Demonic beasts that could reach this level of compatibility with cultivators could no longer be called natal demonic beasts, but heavens mandate demonic beasts of a higher level. Since ancient times, the number of cultivators in the Thousand Beast sect who had their own fate beast could be counted on one hand. However, each cultivator was the stabilizing force of the Thousand Beast sect. It was because of their continuous accumulation that the Thousand Beast sect could become the strongest sect in the world. Now that the Wan Shou sect was destroyed, Lu Yi, as the young master, had a destined beast that had died in battle. But now he had gained a destined beast. In the eyes of the first elder and the old woman, this was undoubtedly a sign that he could lead the Wan Shou sect on the path of revival. No wonder they were so excited. Lu Yi didn't think too much about it. It didn't make much of a difference to him whether it was a natal beast or a destiny beast. Amber was amber. As long as he was sure that there was no problem with his beast mark technique, it would be fine. Moreover, in the eyes of the first elder and the old woman, he was the young master of the Thousand Beast sect. But from Lu Ye's perspective, he was just a passerby. If this world was really as Xia Qianqian said, then the realm of beasts would have been destroyed long ago, and the Thousand Beast sect would have ceased to exist. Everything they were experiencing now was just a reenactment of the heavens using some mysterious method. It allowed the cultivators of the 9 provinces to participate in this vast calamity and temper themselves. Suddenly, the feeling of an earthquake came from all directions, followed by chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations and the sound of fighting and killing. The first elder, who was talking to Lu Yi, paled. He didn't know what was going on. Lu Yi, however, understood that what was to come would come in the end. They had run back to Two Realm City because of the large number of monster beasts. Calculating the time, those monster beasts should have arrived. Where are the Thousand Beast sect? A vigorous voice rang out. A cultivator in shining armor, dressed like a general, flew through the air and hovered above everyone's heads. The arrogant attitude made the first elder angry. Just as he was about to explode, Lu Yi spoke first. "I am the young master of the Thousand Beast sect. What's the matter, General?" The cultivator threw a jade slip to Lu Yi and hurriedly said, "The monster beasts are attacking the city. The city lord has ordered everyone from the Thousand Beast sect to cooperate with the Red Flame Battalion to defend the 3rd section of the city wall. Hurry up and go." "How dare you!" The first elder couldn't hold back and shouted, "Get that old bastard Lu Wuzhai to talk to me." The cultivator coldly glanced at the first elder. The city lord's order states that all cultivators in the Two Realm City have the responsibility to protect the city. During the war, anyone who dares to disobey the order will be killed without mercy. The first elder was about to say something, but Lu Yi stopped him and said to the cultivator, "General, please go first. We will go immediately." The cultivator nodded slightly to Lu Yi and left in a flash. No one knew where he went to dispatch other cultivators. The first elder was furious. He was still cursing Lu Wuzhai for going too far. How could the precious young master sit in the hall of honor? Lu Yi said. First elder, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. Two Realm City is our last line of defense. If it falls, the realm of beasts will be destroyed. Since we came here to seek refuge, we should do our part and listen to the orders of Two Realm City. The first elder felt like he was meeting Lu Yi for the first time. After all, in his mind, his young master had lived like a prince and wasn't such a sensible person. When he was in the Thousand Beast sect, he was a playboy who spent all his time indulging in sensual pleasures and didn't do his job properly. The first elder's eyes reddened. He grabbed Lu Ye's hand and patted it. Young master has grown up. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, hardships could make a man grow up quickly. The group of Cloud River tier cultivators of the Thousand Beast sect all looked gratified, as if they had a son who had just grown up. Lu Yi felt helpless. The door opened, and Xia Qianchan and the others appeared. They looked at each other, and Xia Qianchan and the others nodded slightly. Lu Yi held the jade scroll and immersed his consciousness into it, checking the location of the third section of the city wall. It wasn't too far away. From the looks of it, when Lu Wuzhai arranged for them to stay in this small courtyard, he had already decided to have them defend this section of the city wall. Under Lu Ye's lead, the group rose into the air and flew directly toward the third section of the city wall. In midair, they looked around and saw that the entire Two Realm City was surrounded by bird-type demonic beasts. There were so many of them that they almost blotted out the sun in the sky. Colorful lights constantly bloomed from all directions. Those were the techniques of the cultivators. At every moment, large numbers of bird-type demonic beasts were shot down. Blood and dismembered corpses were scattered everywhere. Two Realm City had a defensive formation, but it wasn't fully activated at this moment. This was because if the defensive formation was fully activated, they could only passively defend. Faced with the overwhelming number of demonic beasts, the defensive formation would eventually be broken. If they wanted to resolve the crisis of Two Realm City, they could only counterattack while defending and continuously kill the demonic beasts attacking the city. Only then would they have a chance of survival. As such, the defensive formation of the entire city took the initiative to open up some gaps in various positions. In this way, the demon beasts that were attacking the city could attack through these gaps. This method not only effectively alleviated the pressure on the defensive formation, but also allowed more people to be deployed to defend the city. In the face of such a dangerous situation, Two Realm City naturally knew that it was better to open up the city than to block it. The third section of the city wall that Lu Yi and the others were going to was one of the open gaps. Many bird-type demonic beasts had already flown into the city through the gaps in the formation. The powerless mortals hid in the buildings, trembling and secretly praying. Many cultivators flew around the city, chasing after the demonic beasts that had broken through the defensive line and flown into the city. Blood flowed like a waterfall in the great battle. On the 100-meter-tall city wall, cultivators stood tall, using various methods to continuously send demonic beasts up the wall, only to be killed and sent back. The entire city was buzzing with activity. When Lu Yi led the dozen or so people from the Thousand Beast sect to the third section of the city wall, the situation was already critical. Many demonic beasts had already climbed up the city wall and were biting and killing the cultivators here. Some are injured, some are killed, and some are roaring and fighting desperately with the demonic beasts. If there were no reinforcements here, it would not take long for the defensive line to be broken. At that time, countless demonic beasts would swarm in and drown the entire city. Once this happened, it would mean that the defensive line had fallen, and they would have to close the gap in the spirit array. At that time, the defensive formation would be under even greater pressure. It could be said that Lu Yi and the others had arrived at just the right time. This group of people were all in the Cloud River realm. Although there were not many of them, there were 3 ninth order cloud river realm cultivators. The power they could display was unimaginable. Magical techniques and imperial equipment were the first to clear the path. Muffled noises could be heard incessantly as the imperial equipment's light brought out puffs of hot blood, reaping the lives of the frenzied, demonic beasts. Although Lu Yi had experienced some big scenes in the Spirit Stream battlefield, they paled in comparison to what he was seeing now. This was an entire world, a contest between cultivators and demonic beasts. Cultivators had no way out. They either had to defeat the enemy or die on the battlefield. As a guest from the 9 states, Lu Yi should have found it difficult to understand the tragic feelings of the cultivators of the 1,000-beast realm at this moment. However, when he set foot on this battlefield and joined in, he quickly blended in. At this moment, he seemed to have truly become the young master of the 1,000-beast sect, leading the last remaining members of his sect to contribute their meager strength to the continuation of the human race. The dozen or so people from the 1,000-beast sect were led by Lu Yi, with Xia Qian and the Great Elder on his left and right. Wherever they went, they destroyed everything in their path. Even the demonic beasts at the demon general level found it difficult to resist. The demonic beasts that had rushed up the city wall were quickly eliminated, and the precarious defensive line was stabilized. Blood dripped from the mountain plate saber in Lu Ye's hand as his blood qi surged. Along with it, the blood qi of Hu Pa, who was crouching on his shoulder, surged. After forming a beast seal with Hu Pa, Lu Yi did not feel much difference when he was not in battle. However, the feeling was very obvious when he was in battle. With their blood qi intertwined, Lu Yi could borrow some of Hu Po's strength with every slash, increasing the strength and speed of his attacks. Chapter 468. After forming the beast mark, Lu Yi had a vague feeling that he could borrow strength from Hu Pa. However, he hadn't been in a combat state at the time, so he hadn't felt it too clearly. Now that he was in battle, he realized it was true. This was the benefit of forming a beast mark. He wasn't the only one. The dozen or so cultivators from the myriad beast sect were the same. Their bonded demon beasts followed them, their blood and qi mingling as they borrowed strength from their beasts. This was what beast taming schools should be like. To Lu Yi, this was undoubtedly a type of improvement. In the past, when he was fighting, Hu Po would crouch on his shoulder, so it was very difficult for him to interfere in his battles. This was because his strength had always been much higher than Hu Po's, so the most Hu Po could do was to roar and intimidate the opponent with a tiger's roar. However, things were different now. Even if Hu Po didn't do anything and just followed Lu Yi, he could still help him and increase his strength for no reason. Moreover, this wasn't the limit of borrowing strength. The true limit was that when their blood and qi mingled to a certain degree, Hu Po could completely merge with Lu Ye's body. At that time, he and his beast would become one, and Lu Ye's body would undergo a great transformation. This was Lu Ye's first time experiencing the benefits of forming a beast mark. Naturally, he had no clue how to merge with his bonded demon beast. The mountain plate saber ignited with flames and slashed through the back of a demon beast's neck. Blood splattered everywhere as the demon beast died instantly. A blood-soaked figure crawled out from under the demon beast's corpse. He adjusted the helmet on his head and nodded to Lu Yi. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Where did you come from?" This person was clearly a native cultivator of the myriad beast realm. If Lu Yi hadn't been quick enough to save him, he would have lost his life to the demon beast's claws. The myriad beast sect. The man's eyes lit up. So it's the myriad beast sect. No wonder you're so strong. He raised his arms and shouted, "Brothers, fellow Taoists from the myriad beast sect have come to our aid. Fight bravely. We can't let these vile beasts break through our defenses." Yes, many cultivators on the city walls responded thunderously. The man wiped the blood from his face and said to Lu Yi, "My Crimson Flame camp will guard this section of the city walls." "I am the Crimson Flame, camp's commander, Feng Zhuan. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? Yi Lu, sixth brother Yi. Time is of the essence, so I won't exchange pleasantries with you. Since you've come here, you must have received orders from the city, Lord's mansion. I need you to lead some people to guard that location. Can you protect Thunder Roar and our brothers in the Red Flame camp? Feng Zhuan pointed. Lu Yi looked in the direction of his finger and saw a large array operating on the city wall. At the eye of the formation, there was something that looked like a demonic beast's head, but it was not a real demonic beast's head. Instead, it glowed with a metallic luster. He did not know what material it was made of, but if he was not mistaken, this was the thunder roar that Feng Zhuan had mentioned. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 red flame camp cultivators surrounding the thunder roar, desperately injecting power into the formation beneath their feet. Judging from the fluctuations of these people's spiritual energy, some of these cultivators were at the Cloud River tier. There were also those at the Spirit Stream tier. As the cultivators poured in their spiritual energy, Lu Yi could clearly sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from the thunderous roar. This was an offensive formation that used a spirit artifact as the eye of the formation. Lu Yi immediately recognized the thunderous roar. No matter what, he was more or less an array cultivator. He still had the ability to discern. The so-called thunder roar was very likely to be a top-notch artifact or even a spirit artifact. It was such a treasure. It would be very difficult to activate it with the power of a single cultivator. After all, the strongest cultivator in the entire realm of beasts was only at the 9th order Cloud River realm. It was very difficult for a single cultivator to activate it, but it was also unrealistic for more people to activate it together. After all, without special means, it would be difficult to coordinate everyone's power. Therefore, the best way to deal with this situation was to use a spirit array. With the thunder roar as the eye of the formation, a spirit array would be set up and the cultivators would pour their spiritual energy into it. The power of the spirit array would be stimulated, and then the thunder roar would be activated. From there, it would be able to unleash a huge amount of damage. This kind of thing was usually a weapon used to attack cities. It was very difficult for cultivators to encounter it when they were fighting alone. At this moment, it was used for defense. It was also a very good choice. Just as Lu Yi was observing, a large amount of spirit energy had been poured into the spirit array. The front of the thunder roar lit up with a dazzling light. An indescribable spirit pressure filled the air. Even a 9th order Cloud River realm cultivator like Xia Qian felt her hair stand on end and her skin tingle. It was an instinctive response to a threat. In other words, the thunder roar now had the power to threaten the life of a master like Xia Qian. As for Lu Yi, there was no need to even mention it. If the thunder roar had not been aimed at him, he would have felt that a great disaster was about to befall him. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar sounded. The roar was like an angry roar. At the same time, the light at the front of the thunder roar turned into a straight beam of light that pierced through several kilometers and ruthlessly blasted into the monster beast horde. On both sides of the beam of light, lightning filled the air and crackling sounds could be heard. Wherever the beam of light passed, ordinary monster beasts and monster generals were instantly turned into nothingness. The beam of light lasted for a full 10 breaths of time before it slowly disappeared. The area where the beam of light had originally stretched for several kilometers had become a vacuum. Lu Yi was stunned. This kind of power was not something a Cloud River realm cultivator could withstand. Under this attack, hundreds of monster beasts were killed. This attack was only activated by the combined power of 7 or 8 cultivators. On the walls of Two World City, there was more than one such arrangement like the thunder roar. Every section of the city wall had such an arrangement. However, the treasures placed in the spirit array were different, so the power it released was also very different. The only similarity was that the power it released was huge and terrifying. After this attack, the cultivators responsible for activating the thunder roar all sat down cross-legged and hurriedly recovered. This kind of activation consumed a lot of their energy. Whether it was activating the thunder roar or recuperating after the attack, they needed someone to protect them. The task Feng Zhuan had given Lu Yi was to lead people to protect these people. Understood. I will make sure they are safe. Lu Yi nodded. Please. Feng Zhuan cupped his fists with a serious expression. He raised his spirit tool and charged toward the other side. At this moment, the dozen or so Cloud River Realm cultivators of the Thousand Beast sect had already arrived on Section A3 of the city wall. They defended together with the cultivators of the Crimson Flame camp. Lu Yi called Xia Qianchan and the other two girls, and arrived beside the thunder roar in a flash, replacing the cultivators who were originally guarding here. The weapon box buzzed, and the light of the weapon flew around. With the coiling mountain saber in hand, all monster beasts that dared to climb the city wall were killed by the saber. From time to time, Lu Yi would also activate the Fire Phoenix technique, blasting down the bird-type monster beasts that tried to leap over the city wall. In comparison, Xia Qianchan's performance was undoubtedly the most impressive among the four of them. After all, her cultivation was the highest, and she was also a Dharma cultivator. She unleashed one powerful spell after another, often killing a large number of Yao beasts. She even took the time to check her own nameplate to see how much her battle points had increased. Just by looking at her smiling face, one could tell that her battle points were increasing rapidly. To the cultivators of the realm of beasts, this was a battle of life and death that concerned the survival of the city. However, to the cultivators of the 9 states, this was a good place to earn battle credits. Faced with such a dangerous situation, most of the cultivators of the 9 states would excitedly participate in this battle to earn battle credits that belonged to them. As long as they had enough battle credits, they could go to the military supply center to exchange for spirit sticks. Those were good things that could rapidly increase one's strength. Compared to Xia Qianchan, Lu Ye's killing speed was undoubtedly much slower. The difference in cultivation was obvious, but Lu Yi had many tricks up his sleeves. Sometimes he would activate his imperial artifact, sometimes he would cast spells, and sometimes he would use his mountain coiling saber to kill monster beasts that approached him. Lan Zi was not bad either. Although she only had one imperial artifact, it was extremely powerful. With the help of her 2 swords, almost every second, a beast would die in her hands. This caused Shin Xiaomao to doubt her life. Lu Yi wasn't a big deal. Shin Xiaomao more or less knew of Lu Ye's abilities. He was a guy who dared to kill his way into a spirit land alone. He couldn't be judged by common sense. In Shin Xiaomao's knowledge, when Lu Yi was in the Spirit Stream realm, he was definitely one of the top cultivators on the Spirit Stream list. He was only a 2nd order cultivator, so he wasn't any worse than an average 4th or 5th order cultivator. But what about Lan Zi? Were all 2nd order Cloud River realm cultivators so powerful now? She was a 5th order cultivator, but even after using all her strength to kill enemies, she could only fight on par with 2 2nd order cultivators. She felt a little discouraged. When she was in the Spirit Stream realm, she wasn't bad either. In any case, she was in the top 50 of the Spirit Stream list on the large section of the city wall. The cultivators of the Thousand Beast sect and the Red Flame camp worked together to resist the attacking monster beasts. In just a few moments, everyone was bathed in blood. The monster beast corpses on the city wall were piled up like a small mountain. The smell of blood was so thick that it was almost tangible. However, even such a massacre could not stop the determination of the demonic beasts to attack the city. There were constantly new demonic beasts climbing the city walls or leaping into the sky. These demonic beasts that had gone mad did not seem to know what death was. They only had one goal, and that was to kill all the living people in this world. Because this was a world dominated by the beast taming school, the number of monster beasts in the entire realm of beasts was extremely large. This led to the spread of the crazy disease. With the strength of the cultivators, they couldn't stop the monster beast army. Gradually, it developed into a tragic situation where Two World City was the only stronghold left in the entire world. The situation on Section A3 of the city wall was similar to the situation on the other sections of the city wall. Although all the monster beasts in the entire realm of beasts were crazily attacking this place, all the remaining cultivators had gathered in Two World City. At the critical moment when the human race was about to be exterminated, these cultivators who belonged to different sects and forces could put aside their differences and work together to overcome this crisis. Therefore, Two World City could hold on for a while no matter what. Chapter 469. The realm of beasts was a destroyed world. It had been refined into a sealed world by Heaven's secret, allowing the cultivators of the 9 states to enter and train themselves. Since it was a destroyed world, in the original history, Two World City would not have been able to defend it. However, with the addition of the cultivators of the 9 states, the situation had changed slightly. No matter what, there were at least 800 cultivators of the 9 states who had entered the sealed world this time, if not 1,000. Furthermore, all of them were at the Cloud River realm. Such a force was definitely not weak. At this moment, the cultivators of the 9 states had already climbed up the city walls, cooperating with the cultivators of the realm of beasts to defend against the enemy. On the 3rd section of the city wall, another roar rang out, and the entire city wall shook violently. A dazzling beam of light pierced through several kilometers and blasted into the densest area of the monster beasts. The monster beasts in that area turned into a bloody mist and instantly evaporated. Thunder Roar had shown its power again. The cultivators of the 10,000 Beast sect and the Red Flame camp were also fighting bravely. Under the light of imperial artifacts and spells, the monster beasts fell one after another. The corpses of the monster beasts piled up like a mountain under the city wall. More monster beasts stepped on this mountain of corpses, charging fearlessly towards the 3rd section of the city wall. Lu Yi waved his saber until it was numb. Beside him, both Lan Zi and Shin Kitten were panting, their faces pale. In this kind of high-intensity battle, even Cloud River tier cultivators like them wouldn't be able to last for long. However, the intensity of the demonic beasts' attacks didn't change in the slightest. The demonic beasts that swarmed toward the city seemed to be endless. Even Cloud River realm cultivators like Xia Qian, who were at the 9th Order, his attacks were not as ferocious as before. The Cloud River realm cultivators guarding the city were almost at the end of their rope. If the situation did not change, it would not take more than an hour. This section of the city wall was bound to fall. Two World City had already made arrangements for this situation. After a while, an inexplicable roar suddenly rang out, and Feng Zhuan's voice rang out nearby. Everyone hold on. The array is closing. Lu Yi looked up. He saw that the defensive array that had opened a gap in the 3rd section of the city wall was slowly closing. Obviously, someone was controlling the array. As the array continued to close, the area that the monster beasts could attack kept shrinking, and it became much easier for everyone to defend. Until a moment later, the formation was completely closed. A layer of sturdy protective light screen appeared in front of everyone. All the demonic beasts that charged over were blocked by the light screen, unable to advance an inch. On Section A3 of the city wall, the tense expressions of the cultivators relaxed. All of them collapsed to the ground, but they had no time to rest. They hurriedly took out spirit pills and swallowed them to recover. At the same time, on another section of the city wall adjacent to Section A3, a gap slowly appeared in the originally flawless defensive formation, and on that section of the city wall there was an opening. Many cultivators were already waiting. As the demonic beast army rushed into the gap, the bloody battle began. Faced with such a large scale of demonic beasts attacking the city, Two World City knew that it was better to let them go than to block them. However, they couldn't completely open up the defensive formation. Most likely, Two Realm City would be flattened by the demonic beast army in an instant. Therefore, he could only control the defensive formation. Intermittently, gaps were opened in sections of the city wall. They would guide the demonic beasts to attack the city. The defense would also be more purposeful. Previously, when the cultivators on Section 3 of the city wall were engaged in a bloody battle, the cultivators on the adjacent city wall were conserving their strength. Right now, they were slaughtering everything in their path. It was the turn of the cultivators on Section 3 of the city wall to recuperate under such an alternating defense. Not only was the margin for error higher, the cultivators' ability to continue fighting would also be greatly improved. It had to be said that the person who made this arrangement had a very good idea of the overall situation. On Section 3 of the city wall, almost everyone was sitting cross-legged to recover. Only Lu Yi was sitting in front of the thunder roar, looking at the array formation around him with interest. The array cultivator who set up this array formation was undoubtedly much more accomplished than him. Although with Lu Ye's current attainments, he could also set up such an array formation. However, in terms of handling some details, he wouldn't be able to do it better than others. Moreover, he was very interested in this kind of offensive array formation that used a spirit treasure as the core of the array. He had seen the power of the thunder roar several times before. It could be said that Section 3 of the city wall was able to withstand the attacks of the demonic beasts. The thunder roar that was set up here deserved at least 30% of the credit. As he was studying, Xia Qianqian suddenly came over. She sat down beside him. "What are you busy with here instead of recovering?" "I'm just looking around." Other people needed to focus on recovering, digesting the medicinal effects of the spirit pills while inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lu Yi never needed to go through so much trouble. He just needed to swallow the spirit pills. Save some strength for yourself. "Don't kill too much," Xia Qianqian reminded him. "What do you mean?" "This city can't be defended. It will be breached sooner or later. Have you thought about what to do after the city is breached?" "What do you have to share with me, fellow Taoist Xia?" Xia Qianqian shook her head. "I don't have anything to share. It's just that after the city is breached, we'll probably have to flee." Lu Yi frowned. "But now the entire realm of beasts is under the control of the demonic beasts. Even if we flee, where can we go? So we have to leave before the city is breached." Xia Qianqian sighed. "I've been to many secret realms, but this one feels incomprehensible. The entire human race in the world was about to be wiped out. Under such a situation, the strength of an individual was too insignificant. What are other secret realms like?" Lu Ye's interest was piqued. Unlike Xia Qianqian, who was a 9th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator, he was only a 2nd Order cultivator. In the future, he would continue to fight in the Cloud River battlefield. If he could gain some experience from Xia Qianqian, he would be able to better deal with crises in the future. The situation in every secret realm is different. Moreover, none of the secret realms I've been to before were the moment when the entire world was about to be destroyed. I remember you said at the beginning that in this kind of secret realm, we have to solve the problem at the root. The ultimate goal is to resolve the crisis the world is facing and then save the world? That's true, but the realm of beasts is facing a frenzy of demonic beasts. I've observed before, and we don't even know why these demonic beasts are going crazy. How can we solve the problem? Why did the demonic beasts go crazy? Everything happened too quickly. In just a year, all the demonic beasts in the realm of beasts suddenly went crazy and attacked the human race. This kind of madness that most demonic beasts couldn't resist had a source. If they wanted to solve this problem, they had to find the source. But where was the source? The cultivators of the realm of beasts didn't know. So the realm of beasts was destroyed and became history, a secret realm. The only thing they could be sure of was that this madness was highly contagious, but it didn't spread immediately. This was because the myriad beast sect had brought their demonic beasts to kill the enemy. So far, their demonic beasts were fine and didn't show any signs of illness. The same went for Hoopa. He didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Don't think too much about it. With the current situation, we can only take one step at a time. Let's recover quickly, Xia Qianshan said again, then closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. Lu Yi threw 2 more Origin spirit pills into his mouth and chewed slowly. More than 2 hours later, Fang Zhuan roared hoarsely, "Everyone, prepare for battle!" The cultivators of the Crimson Flame Camp and the Myriad Beast sect who hadn't fully recovered stood up and waited vigilantly. The cultivators in charge of the lightning beasts also quickly got into position and activated the formation. The formation buzzed. On the nearby city wall, the gap in the formation slowly closed. At the 3rd section of the city wall, the tightly shut formation slowly opened up, and the demonic beasts nearby swarmed in. The battle erupted once again. By relying on this method of defense, Lu Yi and the others had time to rest and recover every 2 to 4 hours. Even so, the cultivators' energy and strength were constantly being depleted. 2 to 4 hours of recovery time was really too short. It wasn't enough for the cultivators to fully recover. The demonic beast started attacking the city at noon, all the way until night, and then from night until dawn the cultivators on the 3rd section of the city wall had already changed shifts 5 or 6 times, but the intensity of the demonic beast attack had never changed. The thunderous roar wasn't working for the time being. Lu Yi was urgently maintaining the formation here. Not only was the prolonged use exhausting the cultivators, even the formation here was damaged. Fortunately, Lu Yi had observed the operation of the formation before. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to deal with it. After spending a full hour, the thunderous roar's formation was repaired. Only then was it able to roar angrily once again. A moment later, the formation closed up again, and it was the turn of the cultivators on the nearby city wall to defend. Lu Yi sat down on the ground. Just now, when the thunderous roar's formation failed, it was really too dangerous. The line of defense here was almost broken through by the demonic beast army. Fortunately, the cultivators resisted desperately and stabilized the line of defense. He didn't hear the voice of the cultivator named Fang Zhuan. Every time he rested, he would roar, telling his brothers to hurry up and recover. Lu Yi looked left and right, his gaze coming to a stop several 100 feet away. There was the corpse of a demonic beast. Before it died, it had opened its bloody maw, biting off half of its head. The person underneath it was Fang Zhuan. The Red Flame Camp's chief had died in battle. He wasn't the only one who died in battle. Since the beginning of the battle, the Red Flame Camp's cultivators had been reduced by more than half. On the Thousand Beast sect side, only 6 people survived. Although Lu Ye's group of 4 wasn't in danger, they were all injured, especially Xin Xiaomao. The blood on her lower abdomen had dyed her clothes red, and her face was pale. At this moment, she was leaning on Lu Yi, staring blankly in one direction, motionless. She could be considered to have experienced a lot of danger. After all, she had cultivated to the 5th Order Cloud River realm. However, this was the first time she had experienced such a tragic battle. The cruelty of the battle to defend the city was far beyond anything she had experienced before. Hoopa, who was crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder, suddenly twisted its body impatiently. It let out a low growl of unknown meaning from its throat. Its amber eyes flashed with a hint of scarlet as it hurriedly jumped down from Lu Ye's shoulder. Monster chi surged as Hoopa revealed its true body. Its scarlet eyes stared at Lu Yi, who was right in front of it. Chapter 470. Young Master, be careful! The great elder, who had been resting not far away, leaped to his feet and slapped Hoopa. From his point of view, Lu Ye's natal beast had undoubtedly gone mad. Faced with such a situation, the only way to deal with the beast was to kill it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would surely devour its master. The fiery red glow of the blade flashed. The great elder hurriedly withdrew his hand and looked at Lu Yi in astonishment. "Young master!" "Wait!" Lu Yi shouted, his expression grave. Hoopa had actually been infected by that madness. This was something he hadn't expected. Hoopa had been fighting alongside him all this time and had never left his side. There were no signs of injury either. How did it get infected? However, it was different from other demonic beasts that would immediately go berserk after going mad. At this moment, although its amber eyes flashed with a scarlet color from time to time, and its throat was constantly emitting threatening roars, it could be seen that it was trying its best to maintain its rationality, suppressing the desire to recklessly attack its surroundings. After all, it was a pet that had gone through life and death with Lu Yi for more than 2 years. It was also bound by the pet contract bestowed by Tianji. Even if it had been infected by the madness, it hadn't gone completely berserk like other beasts. It still retained its last shred of rationality. A message came from the battlefield imprint. Lu Yi hurriedly checked it. As expected, it was a message from Yi. After reading Yi's message, Lu Yi abruptly raised his head. Hoopa, who was standing in front of him, lowered its head to Lu Yi. There was a flash of light on the mountain blade as Lu Yi stabbed forward. The long blade accurately pierced 3 inches behind Hoopo's neck. This stab was too sudden. Xia Qianshan and the others stared at Lu Yi in astonishment. They hadn't expected him to make a move himself after stopping the great elder's actions. But in the next moment, they realized that something was wrong. If Lu Yi had really wanted to take Hoopo's life with a stab, he wouldn't have stabbed at that spot. There was a faint, peculiar chirping sound like that of a cicada. However, the noise on the battlefield made it difficult to hear clearly. The long blade that had pierced through Hoopo's neck was lifted up. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Ye's mountain blade. At that moment, at the tip of the blade, something that looked like a cicada had been pierced through and was being pulled out. It was struggling and squirming. But before anyone could see what it was, the cicada suddenly exploded and turned into a pool of black liquid. Lu Yi hurriedly circulated his spirit energy to envelop the black liquid. He didn't let it spread. Everyone stared at the black liquid that was wrapped in spiritual energy. His expression was indescribable. On the other hand, Hoopa, who had the cicada removed from the back of his neck by Lu Yi, calmed down. He shook his head, and the scarlet in his eyes had long since receded. Blood flowed from the back of his neck. However, for a demonic beast like it, this kind of injury was nothing to it. It was only a flesh wound. It raised its eyes and stared at the black liquid wrapped in spiritual power. It cautiously circled around it and hid behind Lu Yi. Lu Yi turned his head. She looked at Xia Qianshan. Their eyes met. "I found the reason why the demonic beasts went crazy." "What?" Xia Qianshan still hadn't recovered from her shock. After subconsciously replying to him, he said, only then did he suddenly realize, "Are you talking about the things you picked out just now?" "It's not the demonic beasts going crazy. Something has entered their bodies. He's controlling them. Parasitism, control." Xia Qianshan was stunned. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." If he was alone, he wouldn't have been able to detect the source of Hoopo's illness so quickly, because the parasite on the back of Hoopo's neck had completely merged with Hoopo's aura. Even if he circulated his spirit energy to examine Hoopo's body inch by inch, he might not be able to detect anything unusual. This was also why the cultivators of the realm of beasts still hadn't figured out the reason why the demonic beasts went crazy. They had also caught some crazy demonic beasts and carefully studied them. However, they found nothing. But there was still Yi in Hoopo's body. Ever since they entered the secret realm of beasts, Yi hadn't shown up. When Hoopa didn't have an attack, she didn't pay much attention to it. However, as soon as Hoopa had an attack, she immediately checked Hoopo's body and found the strange bug. She hurriedly sent a message to Lu Yi. This kind of bug parasitism was silent. Even Lu Yi didn't know when Hoopa had been infected. What was certain was that when Hoopa was parasitized, This bug should be very, very small. It was so small that even Lu Yi didn't notice it until it parasitized Hupo's body. That was why it grew so quickly. When Lu Yi jumped out of the bug, it was already the size of a cicada. Unfortunately, after Lu Yi picked it out with his saber, the bug immediately exploded. Perhaps this was the bug's natural way of hiding to avoid being discovered by cultivators. At this moment, the black juice that had exploded was wrapped up by Lu Ye's spirit energy. Everyone looked carefully and was shocked to find that there were some tiny bugs swimming in the black juice. As expected, these bugs were very, very small. If one didn't specifically check, they would really miss them. Lu Yi activated his spirit energy, and a fiery red spirit energy burst out, burning the juice clean. Oh! Hooper returned to the size of a cat and jumped onto Lu Ye's shoulder, growling softly. Lu Yi nodded pretentiously as he checked the information from Yi in the battlefield imprint. Yi and Hoopo were companions, so Yi was the clearest about Hoopo's thoughts. Even Lu Yi, the master, couldn't compare to her in this regard. Even with the pet contract bestowed by Tianji and the life origin technique and beast mark they had formed before, Lu Yi could at most communicate with Hoopa. He couldn't see through everything as clearly as Yi. What did it say? Xia Qianqian was surprised. Even she had never seen such a human-like monster before. Lu Yi was still nodding a moment later. After checking the information from Yi, Lu Yi said, "It said that when it was being controlled by the bug, it vaguely felt something in that direction." As he spoke, he pointed in a direction. "What did it feel?" "I'm not sure, but there is an invisible connection with the bug controlling it. The source of the madness." Xia Qianqian's eyes lit up. The monster's madness wasn't caused by the monster itself, but by the bugs that parasitize their bodies to control them. Those bugs were closely related to some distant existence. Naturally, she would make such a connection. If this was true, then everything that had been difficult to figure out before suddenly became clear. "Do you know where exactly it is?" Xia Qianqian asked. "I only know that it's in that direction, that direction." The first elder, who had been standing to the side and hadn't said anything, looked pensive. Lu Yi looked at him. "First elder, what did you think of?" "That's the direction of the Black Tortoise sect." The first elder frowned. The monster's madness began in the Black Tortoise sect, and then it swept through the entire realm of beasts. When they heard this, Lu Yi and Xia Qianqian couldn't help but have the same thought. That's right, the location that Hoopa sensed was most likely where the Black Tortoise sect was. But the Black Tortoise sect has already been destroyed. We all went there to investigate, but there was nothing there. You also investigated the monster's madness, but didn't you find the bug as well?" Xia Qianqian asked. The first elder's face instantly filled with shame. From his point of view, if it weren't for his young master's telepathic connection with his life source monster beast, the bug probably wouldn't have been discovered. The cause of the monster's madness had been found. Although the source hadn't been determined yet, it was close. Lu Yi and Xia Qianqian looked at each other and understood what the other was thinking. Two World City couldn't be defended any longer, based on the monster's momentum. Even if Two World City went all out, it wouldn't last more than a few days. When the time came, the city would fall, and the realm of beasts would follow the path set by history. When that time came, whether it was the cultivators of the realm of beasts or the visitors from the 9 states, they wouldn't have a good end. Therefore, for Lu Yi and the others, there was only one way to survive. They had to go to the source of this incident and solve the problem from there. Only then would they have a chance to survive. "We need some manpower." Lu Yi quickly said, "I'll contact someone." Xia Qianqian said and began to send out a message. A Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivator like her naturally had more connections than a rookie like Lu Yi. She knew some of the cultivators from the 9 states who came this time. "Young master, you are—" Great Elder didn't understand. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "Great Elder, we are going to the Black Turtle sect." There should be a solution to the problem there. Go to the Black Turtle sect now. Great Elder's face changed. Now was the time when the monster beasts were attacking the city. If they left now, they would have to fight their way out of the encirclement. If we don't go now, we won't have a chance. Staying here is just waiting for death. Great Elder heard this and wanted to say something, but after careful consideration, wasn't Lu Yi telling the truth? He immediately nodded. Young master is right. Staying here is indeed waiting for death. I'll go see that old fart Lu Zhai and see if he can send some people with us. Lu Yi was delighted. That would be for the best. For this trip to the Black Turtle sect, the more people the better. The more people there were, the more successful it would be. Young master, please wait for a moment. Great Elder said and rushed into the sky, heading straight for the city, Lord's mansion. A moment later, a stream of light flew over and landed in front of everyone. Then a lazy voice sounded, Xia Qianqian, do you know that leaving your post at a time like this will result in a deduction of merit? When the voice sounded, Lu Yi was stunned for a moment because this voice sounded familiar. He turned his head and saw a round fatty at a glance. This fatty's face was full of fat and his eyes were narrowed into slits. He had a big belly and a big smile on his face. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to meet this person here. Moreover, when he entered the realm of beast-sealed world, he didn't notice this person at all. As if sensing Lu Ye's gaze, the fatty glanced at Lu Yi. His narrowed eyes flashed with a trace of light, and his smile became even more hearty. Chapter 471. Xia Qianqian, what's the matter? The fatty didn't show any abnormality to Lu Yi and looked at Xia Qianqian instead. I'll tell you later. The fatty frowned and checked his identity token. The fat on his face twitched, and he said with a pained expression, 500 battle points were deducted from me. Just as he said, at a critical moment like this, leaving one's post without permission would result in a deduction of battle points. 500 battle points wasn't a small number. It was enough to buy 2 white spirit sticks. Another sword light whizzed over. The sword light faded away, revealing a heroic figure. It was a sword cultivator. The fatty greeted him warmly. Brother Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai nodded slightly and stood to the side. He took out a spirit pail and popped it into his mouth, then began to adjust his breathing. More and more people kept coming. In a flash, 7 or 8 people had arrived from different directions. They were all helpers that Xia Qianqian had called over. What was even more noteworthy was that this fatty seemed to be very familiar with everyone. No matter who came, he would always be able to exchange a few words with them. Lu Yi observed from the sidelines. Although he couldn't accurately judge the cultivation of these people, he could still make a rough estimate. Among these people, none of them were below the 5th order Cloud River realm, especially the fat man and the sword cultivator named Zhou Hai. Both of them should be at the same level as Xia Qianqian, 9th order Cloud River realm. After waiting for a while, no one else came. The fatty said, those who should have come are all here. Those who didn't come probably can't come. What's going on? Everyone looked at Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian calmly said, we found the reason why the monster beasts went crazy. As soon as she said this, the eyes of the gathered cultivators of the 9 states lit up. After entering the sealed world of the realm of beasts and learning about the current situation, it could be said that everyone had been investigating the cause of the monster beasts' madness. The cultivators of the 9 states, like the native cultivators of the realm of beasts, had captured many crazy monster beasts to investigate and study, but they hadn't made any progress. Now that they heard Xia Qianqian's words, they were naturally interested, because in the eyes of the cultivators of the 9 states, only when they knew why the monster beasts went crazy could they take action. Lu Yi could see that 2 World City couldn't be defended, so how could the others not? If they only defended the city with all their might, they would die. They were all cultivators of the Cloud River realm. so no one wanted to die here. What's the cause? It's a type of insect. Xia Qian Qian replied. Hearing this, Zhou Hai didn't say anything. But this time he's holding on his sword. Qian, 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 Qian. Qian, Qian, Qian. Qian, Qian, Qian. Qian, 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 Qian's, Qian, Qian's, Qian, Qian. 3 inches behind your neck. Zhou Hai looked at Xia Qian Qian. As the sword light flashed past, the blood fox in Zhou Hai's hand let out a mournful cry, blood splattering everywhere. However, in the next moment, the insect exploded into a ball of black liquid. Zhou Hai's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He used his spiritual power to wrap up the black liquid and destroy it. There really are bugs. Everyone saw it with their own eyes, and only then did they confirm the accuracy of Xia Qianqian's information. Someone said, "That's strange. If those demonic beasts were controlled by parasites, why couldn't we find these parasites in the demonic beasts' corpses? We studied the corpses of many demon beasts before, but we didn't find anything." Then there's only one explanation. When the demonic beast died, the bugs also exploded like just now. Fatty said in a low voice, his face full of sorrow, "Bugs again! I hate bugs!" Most of the others had an expression of deep agreement. However, I have never seen an insect that can control demonic beasts as a parasite. If that's the case, is there a nest somewhere? The question now is, where is the hive? If we can find the location of the hive, it'll be easy. Since fellow cultivator Xia has gathered us here, you must have a clue. Isn't that right, fellow cultivator Xia? Everyone turned to look at Xia Qianqian. Xia Qianqian said, "There is indeed a clue, but I wasn't the one who found it. It was Yi Lu who found it. He has a pet beast that is extremely intelligent. It was previously parasitized by an insect, and he was the one who found out about the insect. Moreover, when his pet beast was parasitized, it sensed a strange connection in a certain direction. If I'm not mistaken, that's where the insect nest is." Everyone looked in the direction Xia Qianqian was pointing at. Fatty said with interest, "You're Yi Lu? What a coincidence. I have a friend with the same name. Let me introduce myself. I'm Pang Dahai. Fellow cultivator Pang. Tell us about the hive." I'm not too sure about the hive, but when my pet was being controlled, it did feel something in a certain direction. According to the clues we found later, that direction pointed to the Black Tortoise Sect's ruins. As for the Black Tortoise Sect, that's where the madness first broke out. Everyone's eyes lit up. Zhou Hai said, "Then there's no mistake. The hive is in the Black Tortoise Sect. Let's not waste any time. Let's go now. Once we get rid of the hive, everything will be solved." "Wait, there's still someone not here," Xia Qianqian said. At this moment, a stream of light flew over. It was the first elder who had volunteered to go to the city, Lord's mansion. At this moment, the first elder's expression was very ugly. When he landed, he cursed, "Lu Wuzhai, you old fool. You're still scheming against me at a time like this. You don't know what you're talking about." As he spoke, he cupped his fists at Lu Yi. "Young master, I've failed you." What did the city lord say? The great elder said angrily, "Not only did that old dog not listen to my advice, but he also forbade us from leaving Two World City. He said that if we dare to flee, we'll be sinners of Two World City. We'll never set foot in Two World City again." The surviving cultivators of the Thousand Beast Sect were filled with righteous indignation. Lu Yi said, "Ignore him. We'll do it ourselves." Only then did the great elder realize that there were 7 or 8 more people here. He asked in confusion, "Young master, these are—" friends who heard the news and came to help. Lu Yi explained casually. The great elder was overjoyed. "That's great." He sighed inwardly. His young master had indeed grown a lot. He was no longer the pampered young master who didn't know the hardships of the world. The conversation between the two stunned Pang Dahai and the other cultivators of 9 states. Pang Dahai went to Xia Qianshan and whispered, "This old man is from the Thousand Beasts realm, right? Why did he call him 6th Young Master Yi? What's his status here?" "Young Master of the Thousand Beasts sect." "Thousand Beast sect?" Pang Dahai was stunned at first. Then he said in surprise, "This guy's luck is so good? I've been in and out of various secret realms so many times, but I've never seen anyone with such a high status." Xia Qianshan's heart ached. "Neither have I. This guy must be someone with amazing luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so valued by Tianji. Also, he was the one who found out about the hive." TSK, what about you? What's your status?" "It's none of your business." Xia Qianshan was annoyed. How could she say that she was the young master's maid? She was a Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivator. How could she not care about her face? Pang Dahai laughed mischievously. He must have realized something. Xia Qianshan kicked Pang Dahai's leg, causing him to stagger. Then she said, "Everyone is here. Let's go." No one objected. The defensive array on Section 3 of the city wall wasn't activated, so they could only leave 2 World City through a nearby gap. The group immediately summoned their respective flying spirit artifacts and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. The remaining cultivators of the Red Flame camp were dumbfounded. The vice battalion commander, who was lucky enough to survive, quickly sent a message to the city Lord's mansion to report this matter. Xia Qianshan had gathered 7 or 8 cultivators. Although there weren't many of them, their overall strength was very strong. Especially Pang Dahai and Zhou Hai, who were both 9th Order cultivators. Including Xia Qianshan, the Thousand Beast Sect's Great Elder, and the Old Woman. There were 5 9th Order cultivators in this group. The rest were basically all 5th Order Cloud River Realm cultivators and above. Only Lu Yi and Lan Zi were 2nd Order cultivators. However, they were different from ordinary 2nd Order cultivators. The 2 of them were once the Spirit Stream sect's 1st and 2nd Order cultivators. The strength they could display was far stronger than ordinary 2nd Order cultivators. Therefore, they wouldn't be a burden to the group. A group of less than 20 people charged out of the 2 realm city. 2 body cultivators were leading the way, while the rest used imperial artifacts or spell arts to kill the enemies. When this group charged into the overwhelming group of demonic beasts, colorful lights began to bloom. Powerful spell arts killed wave after wave of demonic beasts. Wherever the group passed, the corpses of demonic beasts fell down like dumplings. Lu Yi was in the middle of the group. Behind him was the Thousand Beast Sect's Great Elder and the others, so he didn't face too much pressure. Even so, the monster beasts that kept charging at him made him a little tired. There were just too many monster beasts. It seemed that all the monster beasts in the Thousand Beasts realm had gathered around 2 World City. The dense monster beasts in the sky were enough to block out the light of the sun. The monster beasts on the ground were like an endless torrent. Even if this group was strong enough, after spending half an hour to kill their way out of the monster beasts' encirclement, there were still some casualties. 3 figures had disappeared. 2 of them were from the Thousand Beast sect, and 1 was a cultivator from the 9 states. Lu Yi vaguely remembered that it was a short, ghost cultivator. No one knew whether these 3 were dead or alive. They were all separated by the monster beasts while they were trying to break out of the encirclement. Even after breaking out of the encirclement, there was still a large number of monster beasts chasing after them. These bird-type monster beasts didn't have any other strong points except for their extremely fast flying speed. It wasn't easy to shake them off. Chapter 472. The group of more than a dozen people fought as they fled, constantly cutting off the flying beasts chasing after them. Half a day later, all of the beasts chasing after them had been wiped out. Hovering in the air, they could see the realm of beasts' territory as far as the eye could see. However, there were traces of beast devastation everywhere, and the entire world was filled with a sense of ruin. Xia Qianqian, who was leading the group, discussed with Zhou Hai and Pang Dehai for a moment, then shouted, "Rest for an hour!" More than a dozen streaks of light landed on the mountain range below. After a while, they each found a place to rest. Lu Yi threw 2 spirit pills into his mouth and held 2 mid-tier spirit stones in each hand, pretending to recover. A figure sat down beside him. It was Pang Dehai. Compared to 2 years ago in Evil Moon Valley, this guy had obviously gained a lot of weight. Lu Yi didn't know why a Cloud River realm cultivator like him couldn't control his body shape. Looking at him, Lu Yi couldn't help but think of that guy called Lashan. Lu Ye's name came from this guy. Fellow Taoist, Ye's pet beast is quite handsome. Pang Dehai chuckled. If fellow Taoist Pang likes it, you can tame one after this matter is resolved. The realm of beasts doesn't have much of anything else, but beasts do. I've had one before, but it ended up in my stomach. As he spoke, he patted his fat belly and leaned closer to Lu Yi, whispering, "I think the people from the Thousand Beast sect have some special methods of beast taming. They seem to be able to merge their blood with their pet beasts, increase their combat strength. If fellow Taoist you wants to, you can ask them for advice. Your identity is perfect for that." Along the way, he'd seen some things that subverted his understanding. After all, this was the cultivation world of the 9 states. Beast-taming school cultivators couldn't do such a thing. "I've got it," Lu Yi whispered back. Pang Dehai raised his eyebrows. He gave Lu Yi a thumbs up. Lu Yi said, "I have something to ask fellow Taoist Pang." "Go ahead. Why did you mention insect hives when we talked about insects?" This puzzled him. Moreover, from the conversation back then, the people Xia Qianqian called over all agreed that there was an insect hive somewhere in the realm of beasts. He couldn't ask for details back then. Lu Yi didn't ask. Moreover, Pang Dehai had said that he hated bugs. It was as if he had been infested with insects. "Did you experience the insect tide attacking your encampment at the Spirit Stream battlefield?" Pang Dehai asked. Lu Yi nodded. "That makes things easier for me to explain. Since you experienced the insect tide in the Spirit Stream battlefield, you should know that the insectoids weren't born out of thin air. They were born from the insectoid nests. It would be the same if he placed it here. Those parasites that controlled the demonic beasts were not born out of thin air. Instead, it came from a certain insectoid nest." Pang Dehai explained carefully, "You should have just arrived at the Cloudy River battlefield not long ago, so you haven't experienced much. You will know in the future. Insectoids could be seen in many secret realms. The most basic way to deal with the insectoids was to deal with the hives first. Otherwise, no matter how many insects they killed, it would be useless. The insect race is not only found in the secret realms of the Cloudy River battlefield, but also in the 9 prefectures." Lu Yi clicked his tongue in wonder. "Before Xia Qianqian gathered us, we didn't think that this secret realm would be related to the insectoids. The main reason was that the Zerg this time was something they had never encountered before. They were too well hidden. He had never been discovered. If it weren't for you, we still wouldn't know how to deal with it. There was a high chance that they could only continue to defend Two World City. If that was the case, they would definitely die." Pang Dehai patted Lu Ye's shoulder and said earnestly, "If you encounter something similar in the future, first think about whether the insects are playing tricks. If you find the insects, then follow the vine to find the melon and deal with the hive. Everything will be solved." Lu Yi nodded, indicating that he had learned something. "How far is the Black Tortoise sect?" Lu Yi raised his head and looked at the Great Elder. The Great Elder said, according to the current speed, "It will take at least 4 to 6 hours. That's not far." Lu Yi silently estimated the directions the Hoopa had given him. He compared the speed and direction of his side to make sure that there was no mistake. An hour later, everyone set off again. After a period of recovery, the dozen or so people had recovered a lot. They continued forward. They didn't encounter any obstacles, not even a demonic beast. It seemed that all the demonic beasts in the realm of beasts had gathered at Two World City. More than 4 hours later, a continuous mountain range appeared in front of them. After passing a few spiritual peaks, the great elder in the group suddenly raised his hand and pointed ahead. "That's the Black Tortoise sect!" Everyone looked over and saw that the terrain was undulating. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a huge black tortoise was crawling on the ground. There were many buildings on the tortoise's back, but now they were all in ruins. It could be seen that the Black Tortoise sect used to be a powerful sect. However, after the demonic beast incident, the entire Black Tortoise sect was in ruins. What was surprising was that there were a large number of demonic beasts gathered in the ruined Black Tortoise sect. This abnormal situation made everyone happy. They felt that they had made the right choice in coming here. Now, all the demonic beasts in the realm of beasts were gathered at Two World City. On their way here, other than the demonic beasts that they had chased out of Two World City, they didn't even see a shadow of a demonic beast. However, there were so many demonic beasts gathered at the Black Tortoise sect. This undoubtedly meant that the hive was most likely here. The demonic beasts gathered here were all guarding the hive. There are so many of them. Pang Hai looked down with a serious expression. Although the number of demonic beasts here couldn't be compared to Two World City, it wasn't something that a group of a dozen people could deal with. The problem now was how to find the hive without alerting the demonic beasts. Hives were usually located deep underground. It was difficult to find them with normal means. Fortunately, every hive had an entrance. Thus, if they wanted to find a hive, the entrance that extended to the ground was a good starting point. However, it was obviously not easy to find such an entrance in such a large area. How many ghost cultivators do we have? Pang Hai looked around. Ghost cultivators were undoubtedly the best candidates to find an entrance in such an environment. Xia Qianshan looked around awkwardly. There were originally 2. One was lost on the way. Now there was only one left. The people from the 10,000 Beast sect were all from the beast taming sect. They obviously didn't have the means of ghost cultivators. As for the others that Xia Qianshan gathered, 2 of them were body cultivators, most of them were weapon cultivators, and Pang Hai was a spell cultivator. Everyone looked at the lone ghost cultivator. She was a petite woman with a strange pattern on her neck. The female cultivator braced herself and said, "I'll try." Saying so, his figure flashed down and soon disappeared without a trace. "I'll go look too," Lu Yi volunteered. Xia Qianshan was shocked. "What sect are you from?" At first glance, Lu Yi had a pet beast with him. She thought that he was from the beast taming sect. However, he killed enemies with the methods of a weapon cultivator and could use spells. Now that he had volunteered, he was undoubtedly proficient in ghost cultivator techniques. "I brought some concealment talismans," Lu Yi explained. Concealment talismans were naturally not as effective as ghost cultivators' concealment techniques. However, Lu Yi didn't want to use concealment talismans. Instead, he wanted to use concealment talismans. It wasn't much worse than ghost cultivators' techniques. "Be careful," Pang Hai warned. Lu Yi nodded and flew in another direction. A moment later, somewhere in the forest, Lu Yi looked up and couldn't see Pang Hai and the others. In order to avoid being discovered by the monsters gathered at the Black Tortoise sect, they were currently at a very high place. With the support of concealment talismans, Lu Yi hid himself. Then he called out softly, "Yi." Yi's figure flew out of Hu Po's body. "Leave it to me," she said, then disappeared into the ground. The Black Tortoise sect was located in a very large area. If they didn't have enough manpower, it would be very difficult to find any clues here. There was only one ghost cultivator in the group. If they hoped that she could find the entrance to the insect nest, who knew how long they would have to wait? Fortunately, Lu Yi had Yi's special spirit body allowed her to freely travel underground. This was something that no ghost cultivator could compare to. As long as she didn't stray too far from Hoopa, there wouldn't be any problems. This way, it would be much easier to search. As for Lu Yi, he didn't need to do anything. He just needed to wait here quietly. If things went well enough, Yi could even directly destroy the insect nest. Her current strength wasn't considered weak. Time slowly passed. An hour later, Lu Yi received a message from Yi. The insect nest was found. It was located 1,000 feet underground. No wonder the cultivators from the realm of beasts had come to the Black Tortoise sect to investigate but hadn't found anything. At this depth, Cloud River tier cultivators couldn't investigate at all. After finding the insect nest, Yi was currently trying to see if she could destroy it. However, she quickly sent another message, telling Lu Yi that there were many monsters guarding the insect nest. With her strength, she couldn't destroy the entire insect nest in an instant. When Lu Yi was at the Spirit Stream battlefield, he had also gone deep into the insect nest. He roughly knew what it was like inside. He immediately sent a message back, telling her not to act rashly. Yi expressed her understanding. Using the insect nest as a starting point, she followed the path inside and looked for the exit. This was much easier than searching for the entrance in the huge Black Tortoise sect. After another hour or so, Yi sent another message. She'd found the exit. It was in a dry well behind the Black Tortoise sect. After Yi successfully returned, Lu Yi soared into the sky and went to meet up with Xia Qianshan and the others. When they saw Lu Yi return, the group hurriedly looked over. Found it. Lu Yi nodded. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. After telling everyone where the entrance to the insect nest was, Xia Qianshan frowned and said, "How do we deal with the monsters here? If we eliminate them bit by bit, it'll be too much of a waste of time. However, if we don't eliminate them, once we rush in, we'll definitely be surrounded." Chapter 473. Since the entrance is a dry well, we can collapse it after we enter and block the exit. Someone suggested, "It's too dangerous. If we don't do it well, we'll all be buried inside." Someone was worried. "Should we lure them away?" "There's a way, but these monster beasts are guarding the hive. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to lure them away. Even if we can lure some of them away, we won't be able to lure all of them away. We have to give it a try." "Who's going to do it?" The group of people looked at each other, but no one spoke. It wasn't that it was dangerous to be in charge of luring the monster beasts away. Although there were many monster beasts here, there were more of them than in Two World City. Everyone had fought their way out of Two World City, so they naturally wouldn't be afraid of being chased by the monster beasts here. However, if they were responsible for luring the monster beasts away, they wouldn't be able to participate in the destruction of the hive. For the cultivators of the 9 states, this was a great opportunity to gain merit. If they could really destroy the hive here and solve the crisis of the entire realm of beasts, they would definitely gain a lot of merit points. After a moment, the group of people looked at Lu Yi. Their meaning was obvious. Lu Yi naturally knew what they were thinking. He looked at the Great Elder and said, "Great Elder, you guys are responsible for luring the monster beasts away as much as possible." The Great Elder said, "Yes, but this old man wants to follow young master." There were 6 people left on the 1,000 beast sect side. Excluding the Great Elder, there were 5 people left. Although it was better to lure the monster beasts away with more people, there wasn't much difference between 5 people and 6 people. On top of that, Great Elder was a Cloud River 9th Order cultivator, so if he could follow Lu Yi, he could also provide him with a certain degree of protection. Lu Yi immediately said, "No problem." The old woman said, "Young master, be careful." As she said this, she led the few thousand beast sect cultivators downwards. Soon, there was a violent fluctuation of spirit energy from below. There was also a rumbling sound. Everyone looked over and saw a few thousand beast sect cultivators turning into streaks of light, flitting across the sky above the Black Tortoise sect ruins, constantly attacking. Soon, behind these people were a large group of demonic beasts. These people weren't in a hurry to escape. Instead, they circled above the black tortoise sect a few times before leading the group of monster beasts into the distance. The monster beasts gathered at the black tortoise sect. Instantly, the situation wasn't too optimistic, but it was within expectations. At this point, it was no longer realistic to divide their forces. There were still many demonic beasts in the hive. If they split up to lure away the demonic beasts on the ground, there would only be a few people left in the hive. It would be difficult for them to do anything. "Fellow Taoist Yi, you lead the way," Zhou Hai said. Lu Yi remained silent. He turned into a stream of light and plunged downwards. Everyone followed, closely behind. The fluctuation of spiritual power quickly attracted the attention of the monster beasts. A large number of bird-type demonic beasts took the initiative to welcome them. The people behind Lu Yi acted in unison. Their spells and weapons wrapped in the aura of death and blasted into the herd of beasts. He blasted a path through the horde of beasts. As he descended, a dried well appeared before his eyes. Lu Ye's figure was the first to enter. Then came the great elder who had been protecting him all this while. Then it was little Cat Shin and Lan Zi, followed by Xia Qianshan and the helpers she had gathered. The two-body cultivators were at the very back. As they descended, the two-body cultivators at the rear of the formation continuously attacked. They bombarded the walls of the well. When everyone landed on the ground, what followed was a large number of falling rocks. The dried well wasn't too deep, only about 10 meters deep. The moment Lu Yi landed at the bottom of the well, Hoopa jumped down from his shoulder and rushed to the side. Lu Yi hurriedly followed. Yi had previously explored the passage leading underground, and she had secretly guided them. Hoopa wouldn't get lost. The rumbling sounds behind them didn't stop. The walls of the well had completely collapsed. The entrance that everyone had come in had been blocked, so they no longer had to worry about being chased. However, their actions seemed to have alarmed the monster beasts underground. The roars of the monster beasts kept coming from all directions. They echoed the roars of the beasts on the ground. There wasn't only one underground passage, but it was winding and branching from time to time. If it weren't for Yi's secret guidance, even if everyone entered this place, it would have taken a lot of effort to find the insect nest. From time to time, monster beasts would pounce out from the forks. Their scarlet eyes were particularly conspicuous in the darkness. Lu Yi had the Great Elder guarding him. With his Cloud River 9th Order cultivation, few monster beasts could get within 10 meters of Lu Yi. Anyone who dared to stick their head out would be killed by the Great Elder with a single punch. To be honest, with such a loyal Cloud River 9th Order cultivator guarding him, Lu Yi felt a sense of security. Their journey down was extremely smooth. The Great Elder wasn't the only Cloud River 9th Order cultivator in the group. There were also Xia Qianqian, Pang Dehai, and Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai, in particular, was a sword cultivator. His sword-controlling technique was extremely good. Often, with just a flash of his sword, a monster beast would be killed. Even with Lu Ye's eyesight and cultivation, he couldn't see how Zhou Hai attacked. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great, especially when sword cultivators were famous for their killing techniques. After descending 1,000 meters, the path ahead suddenly opened up and a huge chamber appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They had arrived at the insect nest. It was similar to the insect nest that Lu Yi had seen in the Spirit Stream battlefield. This place should be an underground cave. At this moment, it was completely surrounded by a layer of meat. There were many bulging meat sacks on this meat wall. These meat sacks squirmed from time to time, as if there were living creatures hiding inside, ready to burst out at any time. Stepping on this meat wall, everyone felt as if they were standing in the stomach of a living creature. The air was filled with a pungent smell. In the darkness, pairs of scarlet eyes opened, densely packed together like fireflies. Inside this insect nest, a large number of monster beasts had gathered to guard it. After a brief stalemate, the roars of the beasts suddenly rang out. Accompanied by the roars, the monster beasts guarding this place launched an attack on Lu Yi and the other uninvited guests. The overwhelming sword light illuminated the entire insect nest, as well as the light of violent spells and imperial equipment. Although this was the first time they had worked together, the tacit understanding between Cloud River Realm cultivators was not something that Spirit Stream Realm cultivators could compare to. The two-body cultivators immediately stood in front of the group, their blood boiling. They each summoned a spirit artifact shield to resist the frenzied attacks of the monster beasts. The weapon cultivators were at the back, while the magic cultivators were even further back. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out. One monster beast after another was beheaded, and the smell of blood began to fill the air. The frenzied attacks of the monster beasts caused the spirit artifact shields of the two-body cultivators to flicker wildly, and their line of defense was broken. After the most difficult early stage, as the number of monster beasts decreased, the pressure on the group gradually decreased until they completely stabilized their formation. Although there were people in the group who were injured from time to time, overall, their lives were not in danger. Hope was right in front of them, and everyone fought even harder. After half an hour, all the monster beasts in the insect nest had been killed. The place where the group stood was littered with monster beast corpses, piled up into mountains. "Something's wrong," Xia Qian suddenly said. "I also feel that something's wrong." Pang Dehai panted heavily, tossing a source spirit pill into his mouth as he spoke. Although Zhou Hai did not say a word, the sword lights floating beside him that had not been extinguished showed that he was constantly on guard. Even the great elder stayed by Lu Ye's side, not leaving his side at all, his face tense. The few Cloud River Realm Ninth Order cultivators also noticed the abnormality. Everything was going too smoothly. Since the group went underground, killed their way into the insect nest, and killed all the monster beasts here, there had been some twists and turns, but overall, everything had gone too smoothly. The excessive smoothness made them feel uneasy, as if there was something that they hadn't noticed. "The escape route is cut off," Lu Yi said. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to find that the entrance they had come from had disappeared, completely covered by the omnipresent meat wall. No one had noticed when the escape route had been cut off. Everyone had been so focused on killing the enemies that they had not noticed the entrance behind them. At this moment, the insect nest could be said to be completely sealed off. A sword beam flashed beside Zhou Hai as a flying sword slashed towards the entrance. However, this sharp sword beam only managed to break through the surface of the meat wall, leaving gap. It did not manage to completely cut through it. When the sword beam faded away, the meat wall rapidly squirmed and recovered in the blink of an eye. Everyone's expression turned solemn when they saw this. This insect nest was different from all the other insect nests they had seen before. The insect race they had encountered in the realm of 10,000 beasts this time was something they had never seen before. If the meat wall of this insect nest had such strong regenerative and defensive power, how could they destroy it? "I have another question." Pang Dehai walked to a spot and stepped on a meat sack. If the zergs in this world's zerg tide are as small as cicadas, then what's in this meat sack? In other insectoid nests, the flesh sacs were used to incubate large insectoids. However, the insectoid nests in this world did not require such large flesh sacs to incubate insectoids. Moreover, these meat sacs had been squirming since just now, as if something alive was about to break out of them. Zhou Hai raised his sword and walked towards the center of the insect nest. "No matter what it is, let's destroy the core of this insect nest first." Every insectoid hive had its own core, and the core was located in a huge flesh sac. There was a life core formed by the insectoid hive absorbing all kinds of energy. If this core was destroyed, the insectoid hive would lose its ability to hatch insectoids. This insect nest naturally had a core, but everyone had been obstructed by the demon beasts earlier and had not been able to get close. Zhou Hai stepped in front of the meat sack in the center and wiped his sword with his finger. The sword immediately lit up with a dazzling light. Spiritual energy surged around him, and the sword in his hand turned into a shocking sword light as he slashed towards the core. Zhou Hai's sword strike, which he had poured all his strength into, did not succeed. This was because at the moment when the long sword was about to fall, a beast claw suddenly reached out from the core flesh sack and grabbed Zhou Hai's sword. The beast claw was as hard as fine iron. When the long sword struck it, there was a clanging sound and sparks flew in all directions. Zhou Hai's eyes narrowed. Everyone who was watching this scene was shocked by this turn of events. No one had expected there to be something alive in the meat sack. Chapter 474. 2 scarlet rays of light blossomed from the flesh sack. They were the eyes of a human. However, just like those monster beasts that had gone mad, these eyes shone with an abnormal light. They did not contain the slightest bit of emotion, but were filled with madness and violence. Zhou Hai, who was close by, felt his hair stand on end. A great sense of danger welled up in his heart. Without even thinking, he pulled out his sword and retreated quickly. However, he was still a step too late. A large iron hoof-like foot suddenly kicked out from the flesh sack and landed on Zhou Hai's lower abdomen. The speed of the kick was like lightning, and the violent force directly shattered Zhou Hai's protective sword light. This Cloud River Ninth Order sword cultivator was sent flying back like a ragged sack, crashing into the crowd, causing him to tumble off his feet. Everyone was stunned by this turn of events. With a crash, the flesh sack completely broke open. 2 large iron claws clung to the broken wall of the flesh sack. With a slight push, a tall figure walked out. His body was covered in a viscous liquid, which dripped down the surface of his body to the ground. This person's body was like an iron tower. There were 2 ox horns on his head. His hands were like claws, and his feet were like hooves. There was also a short tail swaying behind him. At first glance, one would think that this person was a monster cultivator. However, this monster cultivator gave off a different feeling from ordinary monster cultivators. The great elder, who was standing beside Lu Yi, suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock, "Niu Meng!" What? Lu Yi frowned. This is the sect leader of the Black Tortoise sect, Niu Meng. The great elder explained. The situation became strange. Everyone had come here to destroy the insect hive. Now that they had found it, no one knew why the sect leader of the Black Tortoise sect had walked out of the core flesh sack of the insect hive. Moreover, he had become like this. What puzzled Pang Dahai and the other cultivators of the 9 states was that the core flesh sack had been destroyed. Logically speaking, the entire insect hive should have withered quickly. However, in reality, the insect hive did not seem to have changed because of the destruction of the core flesh sack. What shocked everyone even more was that this Niu Meng, who looked like he was not to be trifled with, had an unbelievably strong vitality. It was not the vitality of a Cloud River Realm cultivator. Be careful, he's very strong. Zhou Hai clutched his lower abdomen and spat out a mouthful of blood. The strength and speed of that kick had frightened him. If he had not sensed it in advance, he would have been kicked to death. He's being controlled by the insectoids, Xia Qianqian said in a low voice. This was what made everyone feel the most terrified. When a demonic beast went mad, the most obvious sign would be its eyes turning scarlet. The source of this madness came from being controlled by an unknown insect race. He had never heard of an insect race that could control demonic beasts, let alone cultivators. Up until now, there had never been a case of a cultivator being controlled by a parasite in the realm of beasts. Everyone assumed that only demon beasts could go crazy. However, fierce bull symptoms were clearly consistent with the symptoms of being controlled by a parasite. Every cultivator who came here felt a sense of crisis. If the insectoids here could even control cultivators, then wouldn't they have fallen into the insectoids' trap without knowing it? For a moment, everyone felt a sense of danger. There were no signs of being completely controlled by the insectoids. This could be seen from the reactions of the demonic beasts. The insectoids in a cultivator's body could emit the same aura as their host. Even cultivators would not be able to find any clues. Thus, if the insectoids could control cultivators, then it was very likely that they already had insectoids in their bodies. It was just that the insectoids had not yet grown to the point where they could control their hosts. Don't panic. We haven't been infected by the insectoids, Lu Yi said in a low voice. Others might not be able to confirm this, but Lu Yi had the talent tree. It could even burn away the pill toxins of medicinal pills. If there really was an insectoid in him, the talent tree would definitely react. However, in reality, the talent tree had not shown any signs of abnormality since entering the realm of beasts. Why do you say that? Lu Yi did not speak. There was no way to explain this clearly. Just as everyone was conversing, a crashing sound suddenly came from all directions. Everyone's hair stood on end. The flesh sacs in the insectoid hive all burst open. Figures covered in sticky liquid burst out of the flesh sacs. Every one of them had scarlet eyes. Some had the characteristics of demonic beasts, while others looked completely like cultivators. In an instant, more than 20 figures appeared in the insectoid hive. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They had thought that finding and destroying the insectoid hive would solve this crisis. However, only now did they realize that the greatest danger lay within the insectoid hive. "They're all from the Black Tortoise sect," the great elder said in a low voice. He was a cultivator of the realm of beasts. As the great elder of the myriad beast sect, he was naturally familiar with the cultivators of the Black Tortoise sect. Regardless of why the Black Tortoise sect cultivators were controlled by the insectoids, from the various clues they had gathered, the insectoids' control of cultivators was not as simple as they thought. It was very likely that there were some harsh conditions, such as imprisoning the cultivators in the insectoid hive. Otherwise, the realm of beasts would have fallen long ago. Like the demonic beasts that were controlled, the cultivators of the Black Tortoise sect all had violent auras and were filled with madness. At this moment, the insectoid hive was completely sealed. Unless they killed all of the Black Tortoise sect cultivators, there was no way for them to survive. There was no time to discuss anything. The Black Tortoise sect cultivators that broke out of the sacks had already launched an attack on everyone without a word. A great battle broke out in an instant. Qi and blood surged and spiritual power surged. The cultivators of the 9 states tightly huddled together. Their backs were against a wall of flesh, blocking the attacks from the other 3 sides. 2 body cultivators stood at the front of the crowd. The spirit tool shields in their hands constantly flashed with light, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. To everyone's surprise and relief, although the Black Tortoise sect had nearly double the number of cultivators on their side, after being controlled by the insectoids, they did not seem to have much thought and rationality. They acted purely on instinct and were unable to display their original means and strength. They only pounced forward like ferocious beasts, using their spiritual power to punch, kick, or bite. This discovery made the cultivators of the 9 regions slightly relieved. In terms of numbers, the Black Tortoise sect had the absolute advantage. In terms of average cultivation base, the Black Tortoise sect also had the advantage. If the Black Tortoise sect cultivators could still display their original means and strength, then there was simply no way to fight this battle. The sound of metal clashing could be heard endlessly. Colorful rays of light constantly erupted in this dim insectoid hive, relying on their tight formation and varied means. Although the 9 regions cultivators were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers and cultivation base, they still managed to stabilize their line of defense. From time to time, there would be blood splashing, but those Black Tortoise sect cultivators seemed to feel no pain. Even if they were missing an arm or a leg or their waist and abdomen were cut open, they did not care. They still attacked the 9 regions, cultivators crazily without fear of death. If the situation could continue like this, then it would only be a matter of time before everyone joined forces to kill the Black Tortoise Sect cultivators. However, what was noteworthy was that after Niomeng kicked Zhou Hai away, he had been standing there without moving. Even when the other Black Tortoise Sect cultivators started to surround and attack the enemy, he had no intention of interfering and helping. However, the abnormal vitality on his body was still like a lighthouse in the night, making people not dare to ignore it. When a glaring sword light swept out, a head flew high into the air. A Black Tortoise Sect cultivator who had already lost an arm and a leg but was still attacking crazily finally stopped. He fell to the ground with a plop and no longer moved. "Behead him!" Zhou Hai shouted. These Black Tortoise Sect cultivators were controlled by the insectoids. Although it was unknown whether they were alive or dead, they could no longer feel pain. No matter what kind of injury they had, it was difficult to stop their actions. Only by beheading them could they be completely eliminated. Hearing this, everyone rushed toward the Black Tortoise Sect cultivator's head. A moment later, another Black Tortoise Sect cultivator's head was smashed and he fell to the ground. Just when everyone was working together, Niomeng, who had been standing in the same place without moving, suddenly moved. His tower-like body burst out with an unimaginable speed. In just a split second, he had already arrived in front of everyone. The Black Tortoise Sect cultivators in front of him were forcibly knocked away by him. There was a loud bang. A body cultivator at the front of the crowd was directly knocked away. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. His face suddenly turned pale, and the spirit artifact shield in his hand dimmed and was full of cracks. As the body cultivator was knocked away, a gap immediately appeared in the tight defensive line. And standing in front of the gap was Niomeng, who was brazenly charging over. He slightly lifted one of his iron hooves. The body cultivator was kicked away by him just now. At this moment, he retracted his iron hooves and kicked out again. The one facing this kick was a 6th Order Cloud River Realm weapon cultivator. He was originally protecting the body cultivator behind him to kill the enemy. After the body cultivator was knocked away, he became the one facing Niomeng. Even a body cultivator could not withstand such a kick. How could a weapon cultivator withstand it? Seeing the kick coming, the weapon cultivator wanted to dodge, but he could not. Zhou Hai, who was beside him, chopped down with his sword and hit the iron hooves. Blood splattered. This sharp sword cut through Niomeng's flesh and cut his leg bone, but it made a sound of metal clashing. A cloud of blood burst out, splattering the faces of the nearby cultivators. The place where the weapon cultivator was originally standing was now empty. A 6th Order weapon cultivator was kicked to death by Niomeng. Everyone's scalp went numb as they directly felt the terrifying power of this kick. This was not the end of it. Fierce Bull completely ignored Zhou Hai's sharp sword, allowing the sword cultivator's sword to pierce bloody holes in its body. It reached out and grabbed the head of another weapon cultivator. With a squeeze of its beast claw, the weapon cultivator's head immediately exploded like a watermelon. After killing 2 people in a row, Niomeng waved his hand and shook Zhou Hai away. The originally tight formation was instantly shattered after fierce Niu's attack. Xin Xiaomao's eyes widened and the blood in her body turned cold. Niomeng's scarlet eyes were fixed on her, and he raised his leg to kick her. If this kick landed with Shen Xiaomao's 5th Order Cloud River Realm cultivation, there was no way she could survive. Chapter 475. At the critical moment of life and death, Shen Xiaomao burst out with all her strength. The ribbon's spirit artifact shook straight, layer by layer, turning into a protective shield in front of her. The iron hoof kicked on the protection formed by the ribbon, and the light of the spirit artifact instantly dimmed. Although Shen Xiaomao desperately urged her spirit energy, she still couldn't block it at all. She could only watch as death approached. A chubby figure suddenly bumped into her from the side, directly knocking her away. It was Pang Dehai. Shen Xiao Mao was sent flying, and the despair in her eyes turned into shock. She didn't expect that at this critical moment, the person who saved her was a spell cultivator. In fact, only Pang Dehai and another spell cultivator had the chance to save her because they were the closest to Shen Xiao Mao. However, spell cultivators were not known for their strong physical bodies. Even if Pang Dehai was a Cloud River 9th Realm cultivator, after taking such a violent kick, he would probably be in trouble. With a bang, when the spirit energy surged, Pang Dehai's chubby body shook violently. An abnormal flush appeared on his face, and the fat on his body trembled violently. However, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. Pang Dehai, who took the kick, was not sent flying. He still stood in place. On the contrary, the air wave that erupted from behind him made everyone confused. Niumeng's iron hoof seemed to have stepped into a swamp, sinking deep into Pang Dehai's big belly. With a furious roar, his big belly stuck out, and the iron tower like Niumeng was directly sent flying. At this moment, Pang Dehai no longer looked like a spell cultivator. The blood and qi in his body were boiling. The blood-red air wave wrapped around his entire body. His blood and qi were simply outrageous. "I'll hold him back. You guys hurry up and kill," Pang Dehai said. His feet stepped on the ground, and his body floated into the air, crashing towards Niumeng. His fat figure gave people an unprecedented sense of security. In an instant, the two figures on the other side were engaged in a battle. There were constant banging sounds, and accompanied by a strange cry from Pang Dehai, he flew back heavily and landed on the ground. He hurriedly got up, he grimaced in pain, he shouted, "No, this guy is too strong. I can't hold him off alone. Brother Zhou, help me." After saying that, he rushed towards Niumeng again. Zhou knew that if Pang Dehai had not been unable to bear it, he would definitely not call for help. Not daring to be negligent, he merged with the sword light and broke through the encirclement to attack Niumeng. 2 9th Order Cloud River Realm Masters joining forces. Only then did he manage to hold Niumeng back. The strongest member of the Black Tortoise sect, Fierce Bull, was entangled. Lu Yi and the others also hurried to kill the enemy, but their formation was already in chaos. On top of that, they had already lost 2 armament cultivators. At this moment, everyone's situation could be said to be extremely bad. Almost everyone was fighting for themselves, and they were all fighting one against many. Lu Ye's opponents were only 3 Black Tortoise sect cultivators. However, judging from the spirit qi fluctuations they were emitting, each of them was at least a 5th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. One of them was even a 7th Order Cloud River Realm Master. Fortunately, they had lost the means that cultivators should have. Lu Yi had to rely on his instincts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight. Even so, Lu Yi was also forced to flee in embarrassment. After losing the means that a cultivator should have, the speed and explosiveness of these Black Tortoise sect cultivators had increased significantly. They were like frenzied beasts. They wanted to tear apart all the enemies in front of them. The flaming mountain saber slashed down, bringing with it a spray of blood. However, the enemy who was hit by the saber did not have any intention of retreating. As a huge gash appeared on his neck, he clawed at Lu Ye's shoulder, causing him to feel a tearing pain. When Lu Ye's sleeve was pulled down, there were several deep scratches on his shoulder that exposed his bones. Blood was dripping from them. This was not the end. The other 2 figures had already leaped high and pounced on him like tigers pouncing on their prey. Lu Yi hurriedly rolled and dodged. Only then did he manage to avoid a disaster. Before he could stabilize himself, the wind blew again. He hurriedly turned around and gathered his blood qi in his right arm that was holding the saber. He pushed his spirit qi madly and slashed down with a force that could split mountains. A flash! The saber flashed, and 2 halves of his body flew out from his left and right. Blood and organs splattered on the ground. Under the violent saber technique, a black tortoise sect cultivator who was pouncing on him was directly cut in two. There was no time to take a breather. The remaining two enemies had already pounced on him from the left and right. Hooper roared, crouching on Lu Ye's shoulder. Its blood chi mingled with Lu Ye's. The beast mark they had formed was playing a role. Every time Lu Yi slashed out, it contributed a portion of its strength. This allowed Lu Yi to fight longer and have greater lethality than before. Lu Ye's saber reversed. As the two enemies pounced on him, Lu Ye's hand blurred into a series of afterimages. The mountain saber continued to slash and stab at an incredible speed. The blood chi of one man and one beast became more and more intense. Everyone was caught in a tough battle. Lu Yi saw Lan Zi being chased by the cultivators of the Black Tortoise sect. He saw Shun Xiaotong, who was already injured, with her clothes stained with blood. There were also the two-body cultivators. One of them was already on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The other was surrounded by 4 cultivators of the Black Tortoise sect, who were constantly clawing at his flesh. Even the strongest, Xia Qianqian and the Great Elder, weren't in a good situation. Although they were the strongest, their opponents weren't weak either. They were all 8th or 9th order Cloud River Realm cultivators. As for Zhou Hai and Peng Dehai, just by listening to Peng Dehai's strange cries, it was obvious that they weren't in a good situation. Although the two of them could entangle Niu Meng for a short period of time, there was no way they could kill him. The situation was so bad that it couldn't get any worse. If this continued, everyone would be defeated one by one. At this moment, Lu Yi was still running away in a sorry state. Originally, he had killed 1 Black Tortoise sect cultivator, so there were only 2 opponents left. With his background and strength, he could still deal with them. If he planned well, he could even kill the 2 Black Tortoise sect cultivators one by one. But just now, 2 Black Tortoise sect cultivators had appeared out of nowhere and joined the ranks of the besiegers. They were most likely the opponents of the body cultivator on the ground. He was only a 2nd order Cloud River Realm cultivator. How could he be a match for 4 opponents? Without any hesitation, he activated wind travel and ran around the outside of the insect nest. However, running away wasn't a long-term solution. Looking at the terrible situation in front of him, Lu Yi steeled his heart and took out an item from his storage space. It was a green bead about the size of a longan fruit. Holding it in his hand, he immediately felt a burning pain. Moreover, his talent tree was also showing signs of abnormality. A large amount of gray fog was rising from the talent tree. This kind of situation would only appear when Lu Yi was poisoned. This bead was the myriad poison pill the Hua Xiai had given him. When Hua Xiai gave him this item, she said that if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could pour his spirit energy into it and throw it out. But when he was at the spirit stream battlefield, Lu Yi was already invincible and didn't have the chance to use it. So he had kept it until now. He didn't know what effect this thing would have if he used it. After all, the enemies he was facing now were all at the Cloud River Realm. No one could say for sure how effective Hua Xi's myriad poison pill would be on Cloud River Realm cultivators. But at this moment he could only give it a try. Even if it didn't have much use, it was a poison pill after all. It would have some effect. As for whether it would kill both enemies and allies, that was for sure. But the situation couldn't get any worse. Moreover, cultivators would always have some antidote pills on them. If they were really poisoned, they should be able to neutralize it by taking more antidotes. These guys from the Black Turtle sect had already lost their minds and were acting on instinct. They didn't have any antidotes to take. So, if he used this thing, no matter what, it would create a slight advantage for his side. Without hesitation, Lu Yi poured his spirit energy into the myriad poison pill in his hand. With a soft pop, the myriad poison pill exploded. With Lu Yi as the center, A thick green fog swept out in all directions. In an instant, it filled the entire insect nest. The fog was so thick that it was almost solid. In the thick fog, one couldn't even see their own fingers. This kind of density couldn't be seen in the myriad poison forest. After all, the myriad poison pill was condensed from the essence of Hua Si's cultivation. The poison it emitted was several times more intense than the environment in the center of the myriad poison forest. In addition, the space in the insect nest was limited, which further increased the myriad poison pill's power. Xia Qianqian and the others, who were fighting with the enemy, were shocked. No one knew where this unforeseen event came from, but under the poisonous fog, everyone's vision blurred. Xia Qianqian immediately cried out, "Careful, it's poisonous!" She hurriedly held her breath and focused, urging her spirit energy to protect herself. But what shocked everyone was that the omnipresent poisonous fog was actually able to corrode their protective spirit energy and invade their bodies. The symptoms of being poisoned became more and more serious. In just a short moment, everyone began to feel dizzy. Everyone's heart was filled with the wail of death. They were poisoned in such a dangerous situation. They were afraid that they would really die here. But soon, everyone discovered that they weren't the only ones poisoned. The Black Turtle sect cultivators who were fighting with them were also poisoned. The rhythm of the enemy's attacks had clearly slowed down, and the strength and speed of their attacks had greatly decreased. Not daring to be negligent, they all took out detoxification pills and swallowed them, urging their spirit energy to refine them. Finally, the symptoms of being poisoned were slightly alleviated. After all, they were all cultivators at the multi-order Cloud River realm. Although the myriad poison pill condensed by Hua Si with her spirit stream realm cultivation was useful to them, it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't resist it. At the same time, Lu Yi also discovered that the 4 Black Turtle sect cultivators who were chasing after him had obviously become abnormally heavy. Even the aura around their bodies had turned a sickly green. Immersing himself in his spirit sense and examining his talent tree, Lu Yi saw a large amount of dense gray fog rising from it. I seem to have underestimated the power of this myriad poison pill. I wonder if Hua Si still has any left. If she does, I'll have to ask for a few more the next time we meet. Chapter 476. Spirit Stream Battlefield, 10,000 Poison Forest. In the wooden hut, Hua Si was counting the 10,000 poison pills in her hands out of boredom. 8, 9, 10. Her cultivation was different from everyone else. Ever since she obtained the inheritance, she used swallowing and refining poisons as her main method to increase her cultivation. 10,000 Poison Forest was undoubtedly a good place for her cultivation because it had an extremely dense poisonous fog. However, after reaching the 9th Order Spirit Stream realm, she couldn't break through to the Cloud River realm for the time being, so she could only lower her cultivation time and time again to condense 10,000 poison pills. Like this, she accumulated more and more 10,000 poison pills, and every pill was the condensation of her cultivation. When she broke through to the Cloud River realm in the future, she could absorb them back. Lu Yi thought that the 10,000 poison pills he used were just Hua Si's killing method, but he didn't know that they were the condensation of her own cultivation. After condensing this 10,000 poison pill, Hua Si directly fell from the 9th Order Spirit Stream realm to the 8th Order. The eruption of an entire First Order Spirit Stream realm cultivator couldn't resist the corrosion of this highly toxic poison. Fortunately, everyone was in the Cloud River realm. If a Spirit Stream realm cultivator was wrapped in such a poisonous fog, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. Among everyone present, Lu Yi was the only one who wasn't affected by the poisonous fog. Heavy and chaotic footsteps behind him entered his ears, and he stopped running forward. He turned around and ran towards the source of the sound. After being chased by a few Black Tortoise sect cultivators with no way out, it was finally time to counterattack. After running a few steps, 2 scarlet lights appeared in the thick fog in front of him. The mountain coiling saber was surrounded by flames and flashed. With the support of the dual sharpness spirit inscriptions, his vitality and Hupo's vitality merged. It was a more powerful and faster slash than usual. A fierce slash. There was a muffled sound, followed by the sound of blood spurting out. 2 scarlet eyes flew out along with the head, but before they fell to the ground, they completely dimmed. After being poisoned, the black tortoise sect cultivators who only acted on instinct had their strength greatly reduced, and their reaction speed was much slower than before. They couldn't dodge Lu Ye's slash at all. Killing a strong enemy with 1 slash, Lu Yi was unstoppable. He forcefully crashed into the remaining 3 people. While nimbly avoiding the enemy's attack, the mountain coiling saber beheaded the enemy. Another head flew out, and the headless corpse staggered to the ground. Just as he was about to kill the 3rd person, Lu Yi was hit in the waist by a strong force. His entire body slid back over 100 feet. Next to them was Shen Little Cat's battlefield. A colorful ribbon in the woman's hand danced in the air, and spiritual light flashed chaotically. Waves of energy sent the enemies around him flying. However, regardless of whether it was her or her enemies, they were all affected by the poison and could not even use half of their strength. Moreover, it was very difficult for her spirit weapon to kill enemies like the black tortoise sect cultivators. At most, it could only bind them. Lu Yi appeared not far away from him. Kitten Shen's eyes lit up. The ribbon in his hand rolled up. Then he wrapped his hand around an enemy beside him and shook his wrist. The ribbons fluttered, and the enemy that was caught was thrown over. Lu Yi had just stopped himself from sliding backward. Seeing this, how could he not know little Cat Shen's plan? He immediately slashed down with his saber. Blood splattered everywhere as the head flew into the air. "Come on!" Lu Yi shouted in a low voice and rushed towards Shin Xiao Xiao. Although they did not communicate in detail, the 2 of them seemed to have a tacit understanding of each other's plans. The ribbons danced more and more flexibly. They wrapped around another person. Lu Yi firmly bound it to the ground and rushed past. With a flash of his saber, he brushed past Shin Xiao Xiao without looking back and faced an enemy who was attacking from behind her. The 2 of them constantly intertwined and moved. From time to time, an enemy caught by the ribbons would be sent to Lu Yi. After a while, Lu Yi held a saber in his hand and panted lightly. Dark red blood slid down the blade of the mountain coiling saber. Beside him, Shen Xiaoxiao's face was covered with a layer of green color. Her eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Under this cooperation, the enemies of the 2 were quickly killed. Without stopping, the 2 of them ran towards the nearest battlefield. When they got closer, they realized that it was the battlefield of the body cultivator in the team. This body cultivator's cultivation was not weak. He was at the 7th Order Cloud River Realm. At this moment, he was holding his own spirit artifact shield, blocking the enemy's wild attacks. Like Shan Xiao Xiao, this body cultivator's body was covered with a layer of green light. It was a sign that he was poisoned. However, he was strong and his vitality was rich, so the symptoms were lighter than Shin Xiao Xiao's. Moreover, there was an enemy's corpse lying next to him. It seemed that he had killed it himself, so even if Lu Yi and Shin Xiao Xiao did not come to help, he could still hold on. The ribbons danced, and the long saber slashed down. Lu Yi and Shen Xiao Xiao killed their way into the enemy group. The body cultivator also took advantage of the situation to counterattack. A moment later, there were a few mutilated corpses left behind. The 3 figures killed their way to the next battlefield like a rolling snowball. As the black tortoise sect cultivators were killed, their side's advantage grew bigger and bigger until the scattered crowd gathered again. Everyone was in an extremely difficult situation. Being poisoned was one thing, but almost everyone was injured in the previous battle. Even the strongest Great Elder and Xia Qianqian were no exception. Moreover, as time passed, everyone's symptoms of poisoning gradually worsened. Although everyone had swallowed a detoxification pill, in this claustrophobic environment, the effect of the 10,000 poison pill was undoubtedly at its limit. If it were any other place, even if Lu Yi had stimulated the power of the 10,000 poison pill, it might not have had such a strong effect. At the very least, the few Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivators would not be in such a difficult situation. At this time, the originally dense poisonous fog had slowly begun to thin. Xia Qianqian's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. She looked at Lu Yi because she found that he did not show any signs of being poisoned. With everyone gathered in one place, it was clear at a glance who was poisoned and who was not. The poisoned bodies were covered with a green light, which was extremely conspicuous. Only Lu Ye's spirit qi was clear. Not only was he not poisoned, even Hu Pa, who had been crouching on his shoulder, was not poisoned because Lu Yi had been urging his spirit qi to protect it. What puzzled Xia Qianqian even more was this poisonous fog. Who had created it? During the previous battle, she had been thinking about this question. At first, when the poisonous fog broke out, she thought it was a trick of the Black Tortoise sect cultivators or the insect race. But when the Black Tortoise sect cultivators were affected by the poisonous fog, she understood that it was not the enemy's doing, but her own people's. Now, seeing that Lu Yi did not show any signs of being poisoned, Xia Qianqian had a vague guess in her heart. Only someone who is not poisoned would be able to create this poisonous fog. This method was too insidious. It was completely designed to kill both friend and foe. Fortunately, this method had been used. Otherwise, if the situation had continued to develop like before, it would have only been a matter of time before everyone on her side was wiped out. Although they were in a difficult situation now, they would not die for the time being. As long as they could escape from here in time and slowly recuperate, they would be able to recover. At this moment, in the center of the insect nest, Zhou Hai and Peng Dehai were working together to attack the Black Tortoise sect master, Niu Meng. However, the situation was not looking good. Whether it was Peng Dehai or Zhou Hai, both of them were covered in wounds. One of Peng Dehai's arms was hanging limply by his side, unable to be raised at all. It seemed that it had been broken. One of Zhou Hai's legs was also twisted abnormally. On the other hand, Niu Meng, who was being attacked by the two of them, did not have any injuries on his body. Although his expression was dull, the ruthlessness and ferocity in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. His attacks were simple and monotonous, but they were extremely ferocious. A casual punch or kick from him could put a lot of pressure on Zhou Hai and Peng Dehai. They were all in the Cloud River Ninth Order. But Niu Meng's strength was not just a little stronger than Zhou Hai and Peng Dehai's. Moreover, he was still being controlled by the insect race, which was obviously not normal. What made Lu Yi even more surprised was that Niu Meng did not have any injuries on his body. If he remembered correctly, when Niu Meng first appeared, Zhou Hai should have already injured him. However, Lu Yi soon understood why. Zhou Hai's flying sword slashed out and struck Niu Meng's arm, leaving behind a wound so deep that bone could be seen. However, the wound quickly wriggled and quickly healed. This scene made everyone's eyelids twitch. No one had ever seen such a terrifying recovery ability. It was completely unreasonable. His vitality, Xia Qianqian suddenly muttered, vaguely realizing, he's the core of the insect nest. Every insect nest had its own core. The simplest and most effective way for cultivators to destroy an insect nest was to destroy the core of the insect nest. This was because the core of the insect nest contained an extremely large amount of vitality, and there was even something like a vitality core. If the core was not destroyed, the insect nest would be able to continuously breed insect race. Only by destroying the core would the insect nest wither and lose the ability to breed insect race. The core of the insect nest was usually located in the meat sac at the center. But here, Niu Meng walked out of the meat sac. So, even if the meat sac was gone, the insect nest was still intact. Before this, Everyone had directly felt the surging vitality in Niu Meng's body. It was not something a Cloud River realm cultivator could possess. Xia Qianqian's words finally made everyone realize that the reason Niu Meng had such surging vitality was because he was the core of the insect nest. With such an exaggerated vitality, it was only natural that his body would be injured and healed instantly. If Niu Meng was the core of the insect nest, then they would be in big trouble. Because if they wanted to leave this place alive, they would have to kill Niu Meng first. Otherwise, they would have no way to escape in this sealed insect nest. But how was he going to kill an enemy who could instantly recover from his injuries? Unless they had the opportunity to behead him, they could only slowly erase his vitality. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was that Niu Meng's body was also covered in a dark green glow. He was also poisoned, and the strength he was displaying now was much weaker than before. Obviously, the poison in his body had a relatively large impact on him. I'll go help. After the seventh order body cultivator finished speaking, he rushed forward with his spirit artifact shield. The great elder did not say a word and followed closely behind. The rest of the people did not dare to casually step forward. Compared to body cultivators, armament cultivators and spell cultivators were undoubtedly much weaker. Everyone had seen the terrifying lethality that Niu Meng had displayed before. If he really kicked or punched them, no one would be able to withstand it.